So, honorable members of parliament, dear colleagues, both from Ukraine and from abroad, it is indeed a great pleasure to have the opportunity to open this international conference on political parties financing in Ukraine, current legislation, recent developments and perspectives. Let me take the opportunity also to welcome colleagues from Strasbourg, both from the Venice Commission and from the departments that have traveled here today and have been instrumental in organizing this conference. Let me also, of course, acknowledge the work of other organizations in this field, such as the OSCE and IFES, who have paid a great tribute to contributing to the work of political party financing in Ukraine. No doubt, of course, that corruption represents a serious threat to rule of law, democracy, human rights, equity and social justice. It endangers the stability of democratic institutions and undermines the moral foundations of any society. Considering that political parties are a fundamental element of the democratic systems of states and an essential tool of expression of the political will of citizens, political parties and electoral campaigns funding in all states should be subject to standards in order to prevent and to fight against the phenomenon of corruption. Within the framework of the Action Plan for Ukraine for 2015 to 2017, the Council of Europe provides assistance to the Ukrainian authorities in conduct of anti-corruption and electoral reforms. Based on the opinion of the Venice Commission and recommendations of GRECO, the Council of Europe assists the Ukrainian authorities to increase the transparency of political party and pre-election campaign financing in line with international and, of course, Council of Europe standards. Particularly in September 2015, the Venice Commission and the OSCE ODIHR, with the contribution of the Council of Europe Economic Crime and Cooperation Division, issued the joint opinion on the draft legislation on prevention of and fight against political corruption, which was adopted by the Parliament of Ukraine in October 2015. This we have to congratulate and acknowledge that it was a great step made by the Ukrainian authorities towards fighting political corruption and, according to GRECO's assessment, to a large extent improved the legal system in this respect. However, there are still recommendations yet to be implemented. At the same time, challenges faced during the implementation of recently introduced legislative instruments need to be taken into account during further improvement of the legislative framework. In this regard, the Council of Europe, within the framework of its project Reform of the Electoral Practice in Ukraine, supported and provided, with respective methodology, a Ukrainian NGO, the Center for Policy and Legal Reform, to monitor the implementation of the legislative framework introduced in 2015. The results of this monitoring revealed certain gaps and inconsistencies in the current legislation. Besides this, several draft laws aimed at amending current legislation on political financing have been recently registered at the Parliament of Ukraine. The aim of our conference today is to contribute to an open and inclusive discussion how to further increase the transparency of political parties financing in Ukraine and, of course, to have it in line with the Council of Europe standards. Again, on behalf of the Council of Europe, let me take this opportunity to thank the European Union for their continuous support, for all the work that they are doing in Ukraine in general. Sometimes I feel that they don't get all the appreciation that they deserve for all the efforts and resources that they are putting into this country. So thank you, EU, for supporting us and supporting Ukraine. I also, of course, take this opportunity to thank our national partners, the Parliament of Ukraine and the National Agency on Corruption Prevention, for their active participation in preparation and organization of this conference. Allow me now at this stage to pass the floor to the partners of this conference for some introductory remarks. First, it is my great honor to give the word and the floor to Member of Parliament, Mr. Yegor Sobolev.
Дякую.
Thank you, Morten.
In fact, I have to go to the parliament to vote there, so I will not offer any preamble, but express the key idea that I wanted to present at this conference in my capacity of the head of my anti-corruption committee. I think that the law should not be touched. We have several draft laws suggesting amendments to the law passed last year. Some of those amendments seem good. Others seem like attempts to weaken the law. But in view of the present situation within the parliament, this important law should really not be changed. We are living through the period of regress. The momentum of the Maidan is regrettably over. In the recent months, we had to fight for retention of the good existing legislation like that on e-declarations or independence of the Anti-Corruption Bureau and Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office, and that struggle becomes more complex with every day. You may know that there is a proposal to appoint Nigel Bryan, a lawyer from the UK whose firm cooperated with the Russian oligarchs, and he is supposed to be appointed as the head of the auditor of the Anti-Corruption Bureau, and I think it is a plan to undermine the Bureau and to get the head of the Bureau fired. In their investigations, detectives of the Bureau are trying to detect crimes committed at the highest level, and maybe it's an attempt to stop them. I am afraid that something similar is going to happen to the law on financing of political parties and on prevention of political corruption. And in order to avoid such risks, I call on everybody not to touch the law and to let it be as it is now. This law has already resulted in some very good outcomes. The political parties received an opportunity and a chance to function without thinking about where to take the money. It's a big issue for any political party, as we know. If this party wants to be a real political party and not a business project, that is just to turn the votes into the dividends for those who bought the votes. And the law I'm speaking about contributed a lot to emergence of real political parties in Ukraine, with different ideologies, with different people, but without catastrophic dependence on oligarchs, which is a problem for the vast majority of Ukrainian political forces. And secondly, the second thing for which I want to praise the existing law, it helps the people, it helps the voters to understand that it's their task and their interest to figure out how political parties function and how they work and how they spend their money and how they report their spendings. All that's in the interests of the people. Regarding problems, they are not problems but regular results of the new revolutionary law that is just beginning its functioning. The people are not really that much interested. In fact, there is only one NGO that is regularly and enthusiastically reading the party's reports and monitoring abidance by the law. We need more such NGOs because the law was passed in order to help the people understand who they vote for and what happens to their votes later. The second problem I see is that reporting is deficient. Reports are too bulky. On the other hand, they lack some data. Reports may not be furnished digitally. It is possible to photograph the pages and to send the photographs to the bureau, but that's really not digital, and we really want digital reporting. And the third problem is identification of those who provide money, those who pay their membership fees, and the banks involved. The law is not quite clear about that, and all these three problems may be resolved just by improving how the laws are implemented, by working with the national bank, with the commercial banks, by strengthening the procedure of reporting, by better standards for reporting to be established by the anti-corruption agency, and by more interest of the people and by greater capacity of the people to control the results of their voting. The people are to learn how to manage politicians, and for that the text of the law is not enough. We need examples and case studies. The people have to understand that they run the state, not the parliament members or the ministers or the president, but the citizens. That's the case in successful states. So we want to get back now to my initial words. As a parliament member and as the head of the anti-corruption committee, I call on everybody not to touch or amend the law, to let it further function so that each rule in this law is complied with 100%, so that this law ceases to be a text on paper and becomes part of the people's mindsets. Thank you very much, Yehor. I understand you have to go to the parliament. Thank you very much for your remarks. Well, it's good that the debates already start. The expert from our committee will stay here. We are the users of the law. I will familiarize myself. Will you please introduce the expert to whom we may convey our thoughts? Taras? Taras, where are you? So before I leave, in order to go to the floor session, here there are some members of the previous parliaments. You're well aware of the fraudulent practice of undermining ideas on their way to adoption. We have the bitter experience of Denisenko's law, adopted 1 year ago when kleptocracy was not as impudent as presently. And when there was more dependence in Ukraine on the good opinion of our foreign partners. Yet that law was passed, although its idea was fully distorted, and that law ruined a significant part of all anti-corruption legislation. It's good that that law was vetoed, but presently the risks are much greater. Being within the parliament, I see that strategy of ruining the key anti-corruption laws passed in the 3 years after the Maidan. This is the time to protect these laws. This is the time to support their implementation. Working on new ideas is good, and we are to do it. But any amendments in the legislation may lead to the weakening of the important laws that exist now. And now I will ask the expert of our committee to introduce himself. All your remarks will be properly registered and will convey them to the committee. And we have to continue now, and I'm very glad that we have a heated discussion from the very beginning of the conference. But let me now give the floor to...
As I mentioned already, the EU is a great part of financing this conference, as well as many other activities in this country, including the Council of Europe. So I'm very grateful to Fabio Della Piazza for being here with us today. Fabio, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Martin, and I will speak in English because my Ukrainian is not up to the level yet. And I would first of all like to thank you for organizing this event and all the participants who are here today. Again, with the Council of Europe, we have been working hand in hand on issues related to electoral legislation and in this particular regard on party financing. And I would like to stress how it is extremely important not to forget about electoral-related reforms in a period when, of course, the number of issues that top the reform agenda in Ukraine is never-ending. Somehow there is a reflex that some issues like electoral reform or issues related to electorate are too contentious to be tackled in such a period of hyperactivity in terms of, or not hyper, but right level of activity in the field of reforms. But I think we should not forget that this field is a systemic field, is a systemic reform field that needs to be taken extremely seriously because it has a huge potential to change the political life of the country, to change the political culture, and more importantly, to kind of reinforce the link and the kind of credibility that political parties have vis-à-vis the electorate. This is not an issue that is pertains only to Ukraine. I mean, the party political crisis is something that is probably a worldwide phenomenon, but we know that this country has suffered, particularly in the past years, from very volatile political life, very volatile party coalitions, and in general a party discipline, be it in front of their own electorate or vis-à-vis their own MPs once they are in the Rada, that definitely has still room for improvement. So, having said this, again, probably more accountable, more transparent political parties can result in a more predictable political life and activity and enhance the effectiveness of state institutions. And this is not only true for the Rada, of course, but it is extremely true also for the local and regional level. That is a trier of activity that will become increasingly important as the decentralization reform takes form. in a way, as Martin have said, and also the Honourable MP Soboliev mentioned, there have been already considerable legislative steps in this regard. We as EU have been very much the forefront in promoting anti-corruption measures and legislation. As you probably know, these were part of, or the core part of the conditionality that was attached to the visa liberalization process. And definitely something that we have invested a lot and we will continue to monitor also in the future. We have probably, I mean, Ukraine has probably achieved an important result by the adoption of this related legislation that has made more predictable and more transparent the way parties are financed, or at least created the basis to make such a change. In a way, drawing a parallel to the issue of the declaration, for example, the submission of the declaration has been a very important step in terms of increasing transparency and giving a tool for the general public to make politicians, or in this case state officials as well, more accountable. But of course, it doesn't stop there. You don't just, I mean, the fact that information are known doesn't mean that necessarily they are good information, or doesn't mean that they don't need to be verified. So again, as in many cases in the reform field, the implementation of this legislation will be very important. And here the role of the National Agency for the Prevention of Corruption will be again key. We know they have suffered from a bit of lack of credibility in the case of the declaration, and it is very important that the agency is fully sustained as an independent body that can do its job in a credible way with proper management and a credible approach that still needs to be definitely reinforced. I would, as I said, I would like to commend the steps that have already been taken. There are, in terms of ensuring that political parties become more accountable and make sure, or have the onus to show how their own budget is spent, that it is spent for their statutory activities and not for anything else. But again, here there will be a need to monitor and verify information that have been received. I think there is also another aspect that should not be forgotten. I mean, we are used to, when you think of political parties in Ukraine, we are probably, as anywhere else, the reflex is to look at what is represented in the Rada at present. But the issue is larger and wider than that. There are a number of political parties that have been active and successful at local and regional level, and that might stand a chance also to become represented at national level. And it is also important that these parties that maybe have been less under the radar screen are made fully aware of what are the changes that are required in their activity, in their statute, and that are also involved. I mean, are also engaged and are also asked to implement the legislation that, for the moment, one again has the reflex to consider as applied only to the usual suspects, so to say. One last point that I would like to make. I know that today's conference is related to political party financing, but of course we are not having this discussion in vacuum. And again, this is only one of the elements for a proper electoral and electoral-related reform that needs to be taken into account. It is clear that the country continues to need a serious rehauling of its electoral system that at present is still very dispersed in a way, with that has been studied and commented by relevant international institutions, including the Council of Europe and the Venice Commission. And every time there has been an election, there has been a number of recommendations that, although came together with a general good assessment of the electoral cycle that was that was happening are recommendations that are still very pertinent. And in this case, in order to achieve a unified electoral code and an electoral system that allows the electorate to understand and to be in a position to clearly choose a candidate that will be the one, if successful, that goes to represent him in the either local or central representative body in the Rada. It is extremely important that these issues is not overlooked. And again, there is only a portion of this debate that is related to regulatory and legislative issues. The other issues is a question of political will and political commitment by the major political parties that, as in any case, are the ones that at the end of the day will bring forward in the parliament possibly an electoral legislation reform, which is never easy. I mean, it's probably one of the most contentious issues you can find in any parliament. But again, given the recent history of volatility and the importance to find a kind of more solid and predictable political life in the country, in particular in the present circumstances of a crisis and also on aggression from outside, it is an issue that I think should not be at all forgotten, but rather something it is worth reinvesting upon even further than until now. I'll stop here, and thanks again for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for this. Now it's working. Thank you so much for this, Fabio. Indeed, the issue of electoral reform is a very pertinent one, and as we probably most of us know, the Venice Commission has also recommended reforms to this effect concerning introducing a system of proportional and a proportionate electoral system with open party lists. But this is not the topic of this conference for the time being, but it's an important point to bring up. It's really an honor now also to introduce Ms. Natalia Novak, who is the representative of the Parliamentary Committee on Legal Policy and Justice, which also focuses, of course, on the issues of the status and activities of political parties. Furthermore, it's the main responsible parliamentary committee for the pending draft laws on political financing. So, Madam Novak, it's an honor to give you the floor.
Доброго дня. Мені дуже приємно
Thank you. I'm very pleased that we are having this event today. I would like to thank the participants of the conference, to thank the organizers of this conference, and I believe the topic is very important here. When the law was passed on the funding of political parties, there were a lot of doubts, but of course this is a step forward for the Ukrainian politics. Overcoming corruption, establishing transparent conditions of party financing, to make sure that political parties really represent the interests of all of the population rather than certain oligarch groups that have been funding and are still funding our political parties. Of course, the law is necessary. However, any legislation in the process of its implementation in our state, of course, faces certain difficulties. There are supporters, there are adversaries of that legislation, but since this is a step forward, our committee is now, and I'm chair of the relative subcommittee on the activity of political parties and NGOs. Our committee is already receiving letters and proposals on amending legislation, on the explanation of certain positions, and I believe that this conference will be an important step explaining and clarifying the action of this law, the positive things and the disadvantages of this law, what perhaps needs to be changed, what the society is unhappy about, perhaps the NGOs as well, political parties as well. And I think it's very important that we can hear the experience of various countries that have been through this process already, that have already resolved the issues of the funding of political parties and the transparency of their activities. As to the addresses that we are having now, certain political parties, particularly the small ones, are saying that the law and the report that the National Agency for Prevention of Corruption will destroy small political parties, particularly the new political powers that are trying to enter the political field of Ukraine. They think one of the reasons for this is the audit that is too costly for them, and small parties cannot handle an annual audit. When the audit has to be done by certain audit companies that set high prices, and if the party fails to pass this audit, its further survival in the political field is questionable. Besides that, there are lots of questions as to the form of report established by the National Agency for Corruption Prevention. That the report is too big, you have to have a certain authority that will have to handle this reporting to the National Agency for Corruption Prevention on a regular basis. So I'm just outlining the shortcomings that the political operators are voicing currently. Since this conference is bringing together many representatives of stakeholders with huge experience, as well as political managers in the field, I believe this conference can help us find solutions to these problems and work on the proposals that will then become the foundation for the changes to the current legislation and its improvements, so that Ukraine could become the example of how political parties should behave, so that it could become the ground for the example, basically, of the political powers for other countries. So I wish us all a good day. I hope we can find all solutions, and I wish us all a successful conference.
Great pleasure to have you here, and thank you for your remarks. Well, we already heard the mentioning of the NAPC, so it's logical also to give the floor to this agency, who will of course be in the center of attention for auditing and controlling the issue of political party financing. Great pleasure to welcome Mr. Oleg Sytnik, Deputy Head of the Department on Political Corruption Prevention.
Good morning. I would like to welcome you on behalf of the National Agency for Prevention of Corruption, all politicians and all the people who are interested in fighting against political corruption in Ukraine. I'm very pleased to be here among so many experts. Experts in political party funding. In 2016, amendments to the law of Ukraine on political parties have become effective, but already today we can be proud of some achievements. We are introducing the system of reporting on the funding of political parties, and those elements have become open to the public. Financing of political parties system has been introduced for that, and we can achieve some transparency in the funding of political parties. The reporting on political parties envisaged by the political parties, well, the law says that the funding of political parties has to be publicized, and it can give the public the understanding of reports, and the experts are focusing a lot of attention on these reports to ensure transparency and accountability. And after the elections, the public has become even more interested in these reports, in the expenditures of political parties, etc. However, on a practical level, We can see that the law has been implemented, but some NGOs, some political parties are talking to us. They're helping us in this matter. They're set to make constructive contribution, and they are not accepting this, which means that they probably don't want to go on to the bright side, but they prefer to stay in the dark instead, avoiding the scrutiny of the public. During the reporting, we have noted the analysis of the political parties, and the political party, well, if the political party has not made any activities, since we've got reports with zeros and with dashes, with empty slots, it caused a lot of discontent by the public because the parties have been active, and the zeros and the dashes, these reports must have been prepared by volunteers, but I believe that the party cannot subsist on volunteers alone, cannot survive with the effort of volunteers alone. So there is some funding there, which, however, is not publicized. We have seen multiple situations of this kind, and I hope that during this conference we would be able to discuss them in more details and find a way out of these difficult situations. We hope to engage the help of international experts who can share their experience of implementation of this legislation, and we can all make some important decisions together.
With this, we conclude the introductory part of this conference. We will now turn to the more substantial discussions that we are all here for. Let me thank the participants of this first panel again, and let me of course say that from the Council of Europe side we stand ready to continue to support Ukraine in its efforts regarding political party financing and of course anti-corruption.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to give floor to the following experts. Mr. Sitnik stays. Ms. Natalia Vadimova, head of the Department for Control over the Use of Funds at the Central Election Commission of Ukraine. Dmytro Olinik, Deputy Director of the Department on the Issues of Social Policy of the Accounting Chamber of Ukraine. And Professor Mykola Havronyuk, who is the Director of Scientific Development and member of the board of the NGO called Center of Policy and Legal Reforms. Thank you. Thank you. There are several more important persons in this room, and the work of this event will depend on them. After the participants share their opinions, Ivan and Sergei, please raise your hands. For now, you may stay seated, because for at least 50 minutes we will have active professional discussion, but after that you will have a chance to ask your questions, to express yourselves, and I would like to call on the representatives of the political parties for that, if they're here in this room. The only request for you is that please do not take the microphones away. Please leave them to the people who are carrying them, but please use them for asking questions. In his introduction, Mr. Yehor Sobolev asked us, please don't touch the law. However, we here are discussing this, but this current legislation is the law. Before you get the chance to express your opinions, could you please now take 30 seconds each maximum to answer the question, why do we want to touch this law here? I'd like to ask Mr. Havronyuk to speak first. 30 seconds. I'll give you this mic. Ah, okay, it's on. Today's conference is not the first conference on the matter of financing of political parties. And the participants of the previous conferences that I've attended have raised their concerns about the legislative regulation of that matter. So I figured we have to meet together on a regular basis to discuss, to reach common ground, and make changes. Saying that the parliament has become worse now and it's making amendments opposite to anti-corruption efforts is something we may say, but we do not know what the next parliament is going to be like. Thank you very much. Ms. Vadimova, 30 seconds.
Good morning. The issue of political party financing is very important. I think that the law should be improved. On the other hand, we have to understand that the time that has passed since the passage of the law was not enough to accomplish all the changes and to arrive at the results that the society wants to see. Implementation of any legislation takes time. As for improvements, as a specialist in financing, I know that this law should be improved in terms of reporting, in terms of specification of some other aspects of the work of political parties and their use of public funding. You'll present your example when you have 8 minutes for your speech. Mr. Olinik, 30 seconds for you now. As a representative of the public authority that is to ensure full compliance with the law in public spendings of the taxpayers' money, in other words. So I am fully in the support, as well as all my agency, of the changes in the now existing law. The present clauses of this law are too vague and make it possible to do any spendings and any creative approaches on the part of the spenders. Mr. Sitnik, then each will receive his or her 8 minutes. I will speak only about the practical aspects of implementation of the law. Yes, it's not that simple and easy. Our agency has already processed 3 draft laws that suggest changes in the law. And in my view, these draft laws relate to a very practical, do not relate to the practical aspects that have to get regulated. Well, I think I understand your reasoning, and now 8 minutes to each of you for the presentations per se. Mr. Sitnik. In order to ensure state control of the financing of political parties and their accountability, the National Agency for Prevention of Corruption has developed a number of regulations regarding the format of the report, as well as the provisions on submission of reports, on analysis of such reports. The National Bank of Ukraine also issued a number of resolutions and regulations on contributions by Ukrainian citizens. We participated in that drafting effort as well. We also worked on the definitions and their understanding. Last year, financing per se began. Our agency approved the breakdown of allocations. We have received some reports. However, at this moment, we can hardly speak about any results of analysis because we still have the time until the 9th of April. And only when the opinion is approved, we'll be able to speak out about any outcomes of our analysis. Early this year, our agency gave funding to 5 political parties. One party is still hesitant. There is a decision to give money to it, but we received a letter seeking a deferral of the transfer. This is the situation that occurred with one political party. Analysis of the reports we have received did not imply any preemptive measures. We had some preliminary discussions, sort of training. We tried to explain what kind of information is to be present in the report, what appendices should be attached. And in the third quarter of 2016, we identified several deficiencies, and 12 materials will refer to the police. 6 of them resulted in criminal proceedings. We also identified several dozens of violations under the administrative code. So more than 100 official statements and protocols on administrative offenses were made. They were referred to courts. 1/3 of them were already heard by courts. Therefore, our agency is in full swing. Many issues are not yet regulated, however. In our view, it is crucial to define the statutory activities of political parties. Under the law, political parties may use their funds only for statutory activities, not for election purposes or activities. And when political parties make use of their money, it is important to know what all that specifically implies. More than 80 violations identified. Well, I'd like to ask about how much, although that's not an academic approach. By the way, who of those who are here can admit that they gave money to political parties? Oh, we have one person that gave money to 3 political parties. Well, another expert who professes variety. Well, anyhow, we all seem to be hesitant regarding giving our money to political parties. Well, this law should improve our moods, by the way. Natalia Vadimova, your floor now. For many years, the matter of financing of political parties, pre-election and post-election, was not given due attention. As a result, political parties were not reporting. they were not disclosing data about their assets or liabilities. In other words, political parties were influencing the development of the state and the processes therein, but citizens had no chance to get any data about assets or money of those parties or any information about the political parties' activities. In my view, adoption of the law in 2015 was very progressive happening in terms of how to financially organize political parties and in terms of transparency of political parties' financing. I represent the Central Electoral Commission. The law on political parties is in line with the law on election of parliament and on the election of the president of Ukraine, when in 2015 amending some laws about prevention of corruption in the political domain. The law on local elections was not amended, and in my view, that law must be amended because we have to achieve conformity regarding contributions to political parties or individual candidates, as well as regarding the subjects and bodies of control. The law on political parties envisages that the Corruption Prevention Agency controls the funds used during local elections. The law on local election does not carry such a provision. The CEC as a public authority plays a very important role in everything that has to do with the use of funds by political parties and candidates. Our commission has quite an experience in terms of control. Today, the Commission, as compared to other controlling authorities, has a number of advantages. Why? Because we have the opportunity to make use of the information from banks about flow of funds on the accounts of political parties and candidates during parliamentary and presidential elections. The shortcoming is that we have no opportunity to receive financial reports from political parties and candidates electronically. When parties and candidates report, they use paper carriers in PDF so that it's easy for us to post these materials on our web page. A PDF format has many drawbacks, making it impossible for the citizens to analyze all the data, thus all the problems with the use of information. Our Commission is actively participating in the development of the terms of references regarding electronic reporting of parties and political candidates. And the parties will report not only about their statutory activities, those are the reports that go to the Corruption Prevention Agency, but they will also have to digitally report during parliamentary elections and the elections and the single mandate constituencies, and that also pertains to the reports of the presidential candidates. Another issue on the agenda is submittal by local organizations of political parties of their digital reports after local elections. Electronic reporting will make life easier for controlling authorities. It will also give a chance to amass data and information about all political parties and candidates. It will also enable control on the part of other authorities. Then that control will be interlinked with the control of other authorities. Many issues and problems emerge during parliamentary elections at the level of constituency commissions, who are to control the use of election funds in single mandate constituencies. Leaders of those commissions are not giving due attention to this matter. Introduction of electronic reporting will allow getting on without intermediaries, and the corruption preventing agency will directly receive the materials. It's important to do awareness raising in this respect. And CEC jointly with IFES established the Center for Organizing Trainings for the participants of election processes, and very often it hosts trainings on financing of political parties. Now some conclusions. There are issues that have to be resolved. The sooner the better, either by amending laws or by issuing regulations of subordinate nature. First of all, that pertains to electronic reporting. It is also necessary to amend the law on local elections to bring it into conformity with the law on political parties. I also think it is important to give more attention to how the political parties will use their funds. Under the law, that money is for statutory activity only, but parties are not allowed to do capital investments they need. Although many political parties that received funds just had to spend that money by the end of the year, and they had to spend it on things that were not bringing the proper results. Well, thank you, Natalia. Ms. Vadimova had her notes in her hand, but she never looked in her notes. That is professionalism. Mr. Linik, as a dilettante, I'll ask the following question. Why is the Department of Social Policies in charge of the financing of political parties? Well, the name of my department is not fully in line with the content of its work. In our department has the duty to control spendings of public bodies. Your floor. Well, first of all, I want to thank those who invited me to this forum. I will tell you what I think about the timeliness of this event, because we can already sum up what was happening in the course of last year. The reports are available, although not published, yet we can draw some conclusions right now. The journalists as a community are not dormant, and many media carried their assessments of the quality of the spendings by political parties last year. So what should I say first of all? Of the accounting chamber, jointly with the Corruption Prevention Agency, is under the law to control the lawfulness and appropriateness of spendings, and we are planning to conduct an audit of efficiency. The national agency controls and manages the funds. The budget program discussed today regards financing of statutory activities. So this is what we're going to audit, and later we'll come up with our official opinion and proposals/recommendations about what's going on. Today we are doing our monitoring, and I can already say that our conclusions and the opinion will not be all too positive. I imply efficiency and appropriateness of spendings. Why I'm saying that? For any audit, be it financial audit, be it diligence audit, whatever, if it's about public money, if it's about money from the budget, the very first matter for the auditor is whether everything was in line with the rules. And then lawfulness and appropriateness are assessed. But there is no rule of that kind presently. What is statutory activity? What does this term mean? We used to say several years ago that that's not the right language. Statutory activities are expected not to be related to elections, and that's really a wide range of different kinds of activities where money can be spent for different purposes. And we already have some materials prepared by journalists as per which 50% or even 70% of money was used for political advertising or for buying some clothes or uniforms. So is that correct? Is that lawful, or isn't it? And no one can answer. Neither the anti-corruption agency, nor our agency, nor NGOs, because of the deficient regulations. So if there are rules, such rules should be complied with. And they must be applied with, and if they are not complied with, liability entails either administrative liability or other sanctions. But that's non-existent. Well, protocols and statements are being made, untimely reporting or some arithmetic mistakes, but is it really going to make the process of spending more disciplined? Hardly ever. So, in our view, the very first mistake made in the policy of parties financing was that the funds were taken out of the boundaries of the budget process. And I'm not even going to speak about the participation of the Treasury. Therefore, there is a need to amend the law regarding more specific areas of spending, plus liability, and not only administrative, but also by sanctions. Well, the first year of the Principal Spending Agency's operation has shown that this agency is unable to ensure the procedure of spendings because the Cabinet of Ministers is in the way by blocking any progress. Although such regulations should have been adopted. And that's why we have what we have. Well, it's good they didn't buy armored personnel carriers to protect themselves from political opponents or protesters, although that would also be as if for statutory activities.
If you don't have any responsibility, then capital expenditures will not be accounted for either, and nobody will be held accountable for the capital expenditures. That is why we are convinced, and that is in line with the amendments registered in the Parliament today in the 3 draft laws. We have studied them in detail, and we can see that there's a lot of rational points in it. But that has to be consolidated. And the new law has to be amended. Our position is that, I mentioned the areas where this money can be spent. The target purposes. And when the money is on the treasury accounts and there is no control of the National Agency for Prevention of Corruption, we need to note that. Briefly speaking, well, if you have 1 minute, if you could take 1 minute for that. Yeah, briefly speaking, the budget program for the funding of political parties is no different from any other budget programs, of which we have thousands in our state. I'm talking about the features of the budget program. Oh, that's your opinion against mine. That is why we need to spend the money wisely. And we need to write it in the law that it can only be spent on 2 positions. First is to support the activities of the central boards of political parties and their local chapters. These are the primary expenditures under the budget code, and they are protected. That's salaries, maintaining offices, some daily activity needs, office supplies, and we won't have the first without the second one if we fail to support the organizational part of it, part of the activities. We won't be able to have activities either. So that's salaries, business needs, communications, services, business trips, etc. And the second part of the money allocated for the political parties will have to go for the statutory activities that are planned, that are scheduled, that have to be regulated clearly, like in any other program. And they have to be clearly outlined what these programs are for and what their purposes are. We cannot afford to have unlimited money. This is state money, taxpayers' money. They have to be clearly regulated and controlled. Thank you. Thank you very much. Professor Havronyuk will finish this round of discussion. You have a presentation, right? Okay, then I'll step away to avoid obscuring the view. Dear friends, the Center for Political and Legal Reforms, studying from October till December, was studying the effect of the new legislation on the state funding of political parties. The methodology for that study was kindly offered by the Council of Europe. We had to follow this methodology to demonstrate what new legislation has come about, how it's implemented, what public authorities are involved, How did the political parties accept this? How they were reporting on this? How did the state regulate this through sanctions, through legal activities? And we had to make some conclusions. We were monitoring and studying this subject for several months, and you can see our findings in the books that have been handed out to you. I have a small one and you have big ones. If we start talking about readiness of the political parties, okay, how do I switch this? We have split the parties into three groups. First, parliamentary parties. Second group are the parties that have not participated, that have not received more than 2%, and the rest of the parties. Basically, we came to a conclusion that the state funding, despite expectations, has fallen on these parties unexpectedly. The parliamentary parties had some incentive to report. The presentation is just living its own life. For some reason, it's switching as I like. I cannot control it for some reason. There we go. Okay, let this be. I'll just tell you generally how it works, how the report was. So most of the parties, non-parliamentary parties, did not have any incentives to report on their activities. So this is how the reporting was submitted. Orange part of the circle shows the parties that failed to supply the reports. The orange segment is shrinking compared with the blue segment, but given the fact that eventually in the fourth quarter 243 political parties have filed their reports, and if we compare that with the number of parties in Ukraine, and we have 352 of them, if I'm not mistaken, we can see that some of the parties that exist may not be parties at all, or they just call themselves parties, because they do not have the will or the money or the incentives to file any reports whatsoever. As far as many non-parliamentary parties are concerned, most of them have filed their reports, but those reports contained very little information because the parties did not start where they should have started. They did not amend their charters, their statutes, and they did not define the key thing stipulated in the law on state funding as to who funds these parties, where do those parties get the money to support themselves, how do they check the sources and the targets, how do they inspect and audit their spendings. Over a year, 216 reports had been filed, annual reports. Possibly they may still be submitting the reports, but compared with the total number of parties, that's still not too much. When we were checking the appropriate format and quality of the reports, we noted that many of those reports are invalid. Narodny Front and People's Front political parties, for example, didn't receive any contributions from individuals or legal entities, and that looked very impressive at first glance. When we saw that the parties exist on paper, but de facto do not perform any activities, and that is why they filed empty reports because they had nothing to show. That also was an evidence of their activity of some sort. Statutory activities were mentioned several times here today, and I remember that this was a sore point. When we met at the round tables and conferences, parties mentioned that they do not know where they can spend the money. And I'll tell you what the parties spent them for, according to these reports. Not expensive cars or advertising, but 88 to 99% of this was simply office rent. So I guess the oligarchs that were supporting those political parties until now, they said, thank you very much, dear state, that you let us not spend the money on office rental for our parties. When we were talking about monitoring activities, at the time when the National Agency for Corruption Prevention and the Department on Political Corruption Prevention, even before they were formed, I think now we have 15 persons in that department, and they were suddenly faced with these reports that don't simply have to be accepted and analyzed, and you had to also make some analysis and conclusions, and you have to make projections based on those conclusions, and what are political parties and how do they reflect the interests of the voters, and what prevents them from reflecting those interests. That agency of the National Agency for Corruption Prevention is probably still not mature enough. I think the respective department is just doing formal activities. When we looked at the activity of the National Agency of Corruption Prevention on their protocols, this was a result of the fact that they did not know how to do this, and they were still finding their ground to stand on. He had been talking about 100 protocols submitted to courts, filed to courts. And apparently the process has started, but then there's one thing we don't understand. Greco asks us why such complicated procedure, why the National Agency on Corruption Prevention has to file the protocol to courts, and then there's 3 months, and then they elapse, and then some are not brought to account. Why don't we simplify the procedure? Why not the National Agency on Corruption Prevention simply fine those people and those parties, and then if they disagree, they can simply file complaints to court. So this is not something outside the legal field. Okay, possibly. What are you talking about? How is that related to Constitution? Mr. Karmazin, since we have interpretation in this room, you have to use microphones to make sure everybody understands what you're saying. And you will have an opportunity to speak in due time. Give us another 90 seconds. So, finally, we came to conclusions that the level of readiness in 2016 of the political parties and respective controlling authorities was not good enough. Mostly they were just generating legislation. They made numerous errors that now need to be fixed. And at the same time, we have some increase in the number of political parties that are filing their reports. It's none the same. And every new quarter, these reports are filled up with information rather than submitted empty, which is a good thing. I started by saying that apparently we will have to make amendments to the law. We will have to make amendments to criminal code, to the code on administrative misdemeanors, statutory activity, etc. Applying a certain approach to this, that we need to describe all kinds of activities that the party has to make in the law. And we have to make sure it doesn't do any other activities outside of what's been said. Besides, the law has to stipulate what the parties must not do, and therefore parties will have some liberty in defining their activity as it is. I think this approach will give us more freedom of the parties, more liberty, more independence, and they will be able to focus more on their own ideological development. Thank you. We have some time for the comments. If the participants have any objections or comments, Mr. Sitnik perhaps could respond. The national agency is getting used to being mentioned so frequently, and that the NGOs are giving all kinds of feedbacks on our activity. Are there many of them? Well, I can talk about one that keeps saying all kinds of things about us and keeps criticizing us. My colleague and I were writing the template for the report. Then two political parties and three NGOs came over, and we were just writing these templates on the paper. We didn't have a computer. We were sitting on three lopsided chairs. Unfortunately, we didn't know your address because not all of the political parties are physically located at their registration office. 100 political parties are somewhere out there in the void. On Saturdays and Sundays, our officers often come to the location of these political parties, and it's usually a residential apartment, and we face that. People are saying that, sorry, I don't know what that is about. Yes, we're searching for the political parties. Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure you will use the microphone. We will give you the microphone and you will be heard. Why is the political party not located at that party? Unfortunately, those who are not using microphones are not heard. Please wait for a couple of minutes and you will be able to say everything when the microphone is handed to you. And lastly, before we send the microphone around into the audience, please take 15 to 20 seconds to talk about the implementation of the law in 2016. I think Mr. Dmytro Olinik mentioned that generally that it's not satisfactory. Other three participants, please. Mr. Havranyuk. Assessment of the implementation results. Please use microphone. Okay. I'll give it 3 points out of 5. Natalia Vadimova. In my opinion, it's too early to speak about results because the National Agency for Corruption Prevention isn't working at full speed. We also did not have the chance to do everything we should have done because some of the measures will only be implemented during the elections, like reimbursement of political campaigning. But generally, I think not enough time has passed to assess the results, but I think the results are positive. Mr. Sitnik? I'd say that given the fact that the funding of political parties has started back in the previous decade, I think this is a huge achievement already. But it's not up to me to make assessments. Mr. Olinik. I remember the previous meeting at this room. And the first question for the speakers was to make assessment, to give assessment to the funding of political parties. I think that National Agency for Prevention of Corruption said it's 4 points out of 5, other speakers said 5 points out of 5, and I gave 3 points out of 5. And I said the reason was lack of regulation of management of these resources. Now I'll give them 3 plus out of 5, because the National Agency for Corruption Prevention has understood its role by now and has developed some experience to operate in this field. It has given some recommendations to the parties, and it has become some kind of aid to them to take the fund management to some new level. Thank you.
And now it's time for the inputs from the audience. Any representatives of any political parties? Volodymyr Yeryomenko, Pravednist Party. We are not part in the parliament. That's why we are interested in proper regulation. I know what Yuri was driving at. I was listening very attentively, and my impression was that we have no constitution, though we have its Article 36, which specifies the principal function of the political party. I am very much surprised by the old paradigm where all bodies want to control as they were in the past. Now it's to be done by the agency, and they have so many people with different duties, and they are now trying to find what to do. But, my dears, let me ask a question of Ms. Vadimova and Ms. Olinik. Is it the state that controls the society, or is it the society that has to control the state? Let's figure that out. So please change the paradigm of your thinking. We, the people, should control the authorities. Natalia Vadimova, Dmytro Olinik, your responses. If you're speaking about financing of political parties and the use of the funds by political parties and candidates, then there is to be an authority that does the control. As for the society and citizens, well, naturally, without civil society, without NGOs, no such control can be fully possible or even realistic. CEC is not vested with powers to control funds that are not featuring the financial reports. That is to be done by NGOs. Dmytro Olinik. Well, let me say that in no way in my speech or in any of my points I ever tried to say anything about control of the activity of political parties. The society is to control the parties as well as all other processes in the society, but via and by means of certain entities that by law are vested with such authority. In accordance with the Constitution, the accounting chamber is vested with the authority to control the use of funds from the public budget and to form the revenues of that budget. And that is what I implied when I was speaking about the relevant position of the accounting chamber. I did not imply any interference with the activities of the political parties per se. But what has to do with spending is about our work, and we are to exercise control and to provide the society with relevant opinions. Thank you. Mr. Haber, then Mr. Karmazin, then Mr. Klushkovsky. And but please remember the time constraints. Please let the assistant hold the mic. Dear friends, I am from the party of the Defenders of Motherland. Soon we'll mark our 20th anniversary. For 20 years we lived without funding from the state, without the anti-corruption agency, without oligarchs. We were living and we were functioning and we were reporting to the tax authorities, to the Ministry of Justice. Everything was okay. And then all of a sudden the situation changes. Economic indicators have worsened by 4.5 times for every citizen and for every political party. And 80 to 90% of the parties spend most of their money for the rent of their premises. And those who did not get such financing also have to spend more. Because of this economic situation in the country, when the officials of the anti-corruption agency are getting real huge salaries, and we are getting contributions of 10 hryvnias for which we have to report. So don't you really understand what kind of a state you're living in? It's not the US. Then my colleague mentioned Article 36 of the Constitution. My feeling is that all those who are here do not understand what it means at all. Political parties are established and founded in order to meet the needs of the society, for protection of the members of the party. And we have to spend our money to go to Energodar, where a 71 years old deputy of the local parliament, Ivan Marchavka, was put into custody because he revealed facts of embezzlement at the local nuclear power plant. But that was not a matter for consideration by the prosecutor's office or the anti-corruption agency. Only we, the political party, care. And under the Constitution there should be no control, so just forget the world. Control over the finances provided by the state, period. The Corruption Prevention Agency raises the issue of accountability, not of a political party, but of the leaders of the party. Although we don't even have the authority to sign banking documents, because we lived in the state where presidents were named Yanukovych, Kuchma, and others, and they were always seeking for leaders of parties that would be ready to sign some documents. Now our president is Poroshenko, yet I don't have the right to sign a banking document. And situations may turn up and my colleagues come over and complain and ask for our protection. 64 protocols is not enough, some said, but 100 is great. It's just fine. We are on the right way. So what are you doing? What you are doing is not right. It is stupid. So your question is, what are you doing? Then will you please reword your question? Mr. Kluchkovsky will have a similar chance, but now Mr. Haber will speak. Please give the mic to Mykola Haber. I'll try to be very brief. The people who work for the anti-corruption agency never worked in political parties, and they don't understand what a party is. They seem to think that a party is a business entity that has money and staff, although most parties are not oligarchical. Our party is 18 years old. We participated in all elections, and we were raising funds only when we needed those funds for elections. But what's happening now in Ukraine? The state does not oversee. The state tries to control, and we are talking millions of hryvnias that are taken away from the people who are fighting the war. And let me just list the Ministry of Justice and the financial authorities and the anti-corruption agency. By the way, even in the old times, all political parties were reporting every year, while many foreign experts are unaware of that. Ms. Vadim, as a representative of the illegitimate CEC, and you're illegitimate, you know that, so you should know that after elections we also provide our reports. We hand them in, and the CEC is another, already the fifth, I think, in number authority that controls our spending. Certainly there are differences between those parties that receive the funds and those that don't receive. By the way, parties are a non-governmental organization, just as any other NGOs. But you at the Anti-Corruption Agency never invited a party to your events or to your trainings or to your explanatory sessions, while you are very ready to impose a fine if we put a wrong hyphen into our report. Please don't distort while I'm not distorting. Your agency has become a political body of pressure on political parties to ruin a political democracy. And 600 million is the amount that you stole from the people via the budget to finance 100 people that work for your agency, and only 5 parties at the same time are receiving money, although all 350 have to submit reports 62 pages long. The law on the political parties that you seem to have never read contains very many bans, but in spite of those official bans, you have relevant line items in your reports, and we have to indicate zeros there. And you are so proud of having fined the people for those very petty mistakes in their reports. And let me say something for the Council of Europe's representatives. The present regime is doing whatever possible to ruin democracy in Ukraine. The Corruption Prevention Agency is not fighting against oligarchs, but against political parties. We have the accounting chamber, so let it be at work, and we don't need the Anti-Corruption Agency doing this function. And parties that are not in the parliament have no money and no corruption, and they should not report. Well, thank you very much for Mr. Haber. We had some very serious accusations from you. Then you will complain there was no time for answers. Well, let me give the people the chance to answer. With Mr. Haber, we had a talk about his party's report, and I think you remember how you couldn't explain the figures that you handed in your report. You referred to the formalistic approach. I think you just resent the fine that was imposed on your political party, and that's why you accuse my agency, Dmitro. And 600 million is not for us only. Dear representatives of political parties, I want to provide some clarity. We, the accounting chamber, are not on the list of the 5 or 6 controlling authorities. The Corruption Prevention Agency is the agency that we control, and our control is about funds and how efficiently they are administered. This is what we are controlling, and this is what we are assessing. We shall never go to political parties to look at their offices or their books. Natalia Vademova. Do you know all 350 parties that exist in Ukraine? Well, maybe sometime you will receive the right funding. When I was listening to Lech Sitnik, when he was saying about that one party that thinks about whether to take money or not to take it, I started thinking about individuals. When an individual is hesitant, sometimes he's not taking money because he thinks it below his dignity, or because he's dirty rich, or because he is afraid of possible abuse in the future. So let's give the floor to Ms. Vadimova, then to Mr. Klushkovsky. Natalia Vadimova. I'm not a member of the CEC, the legitimacy of which you doubt. I work in the secretariat of this commission in one of the units. Apart from myself, there are 2 other persons in our unit. We check on reports of all parties. We also work with the information from banks, and sometimes we have to work 24 hours a day. The conclusions are made by the CEC. They also pass all decisions. We do not make protocols. We had the possibility only to warn officially for untimely opening of a banking account. There are other authorities that can fine or otherwise penalize for failure to submit reports in a timely manner.
Mr. Klushkovsky, please. Can I hold this for you? No, the rules are the same for everyone. No, that's arbitrariness. That's classical arbitrariness and lawlessness. Well, when I came here, I thought we were going to be talking about the problems with the law. But I've seen that the situation is much worse. We need to talk about psychology of controlling authorities that become punitive and repressive authorities for a very simple reason. They only see their own bylaws, but they do not even see the law properly, let alone the Constitution of Ukraine. As far as the Constitution of Ukraine was concerned, I was crying out loud. I did not expect that from the top officials of the state, not knowing Article 19 of the Constitution of Part 2, and that has to be a reason for immediate disqualification. The bodies of state power and their agencies can only act on the basis of the law and the constitution, and who gives the chance to the National Anti-Corruption Agency that power. You have to be, disqualified immediately. Do not transform the National Agency of Corruption Prevention into a prosecutor's office circa Soviet Union. I wanted to mention Article 92 of the Constitution, point 11. Open the Constitution, and that's very good for civil servants. It says that only the laws of Ukraine are regulating activities of the political parties. What did the National Agency on Corruption Prevention do? Made a huge number of bylaws, narrowing down the constitution, established draconian measures, and then fines the political parties because these bylaws are not fulfilled. But the law does not require that. Thirdly, and that's a problem of the law, the problem of the sanctions. Please open international standards and read that the nature of sanctions in these matters and the funding of political parties has to follow the nature of the infringements. These are financial violations, but you are transforming this into administrative and criminal. The responsibility in Ukraine is only criminal. That means that only the person who violated the law can be brought to account. The party has broken the law, but you are bringing to account the leader of the party. And once again, it's regarding the accounting chamber. The party is not the user of state funds. It's an association of citizens where the key decisions are made by collegial bodies. And if, according to the statute, the head of the party can adopt the charter of the party, this party has to be banned because it's not democratic at all. Moreover, you cannot bring a leader of the party to account because he's not the one to blame and he did not commit these actions. He's only signing the reports, and they do not accept and adopt and verify their report. I also think that the funding of political parties has been understood in a convoluted manner. It's not a subvention to local authorities because the political parties are not the agencies of the state. They're not a component of state machinery. They are bodies of the civil society, and they are not dependent on the state and independent of the state. The state can help them, the state can give them some money, but because these are legal entities under private law, and you can look up the civil code, which is also useful. From the point you give them the money, this money became their property. And their property is something they manage independently, and you don't have to know what is statutory activity. It's their problem. What the parties must be prevented from doing by the law. It has to go under the bans indicated in Article 37, and redistribution of money among party members as material support except for salaries. These things have to be banned. The rest party can decide for itself. If it wants political advertising, it can do this because it's under its charter. It has to make a congress, it's their activity. They need to buy supplies for the office or furniture for the office. It's none of your business what they spend the money for. It's their discretion. So the law has another erroneous position, is non-transitory, non-transferable nature of the money provided by the parties. You can spend anything you like during the year. If you haven't spent it by the end of the year, give it back. You have given this money to the parties as a property. It's not a deposit, it's not a loan. You have given them money to use because this is a public need to support the activity of political parties by the state. And the ideology is erroneous in principle. It turns the party into a tool of state machinery. It is introducing repressive measures against the parties. I won't say that the parties are doing something wrong with the funds. We can check that. But once again, do not interfere in the party's internal activities and do not make them part of the state machinery. The functions of the accounting chamber are over the moment they transfer the money to parties, and the way they spend them, it's their business, as long as it's within the law. Thank you very much, Mr. Krychkovsky. Due to the lawlessness that happened during the state in this room, thank you for bringing in a bit of lawlessness. And how could you make gestures of if you'd had microphone in your hands? And I'm Natalia Fedotyuk, Volunteer Party of Ukraine, established 2015, and we have 52 members of local authorities. We're a small party, but we're very effective. And I am personally very disappointed. I do not get the funding. We do not get the party funding, but my party, and I'm the executive secretary of this party, is one of the parties that Mr. Oleg Sitnik is saying, because we have been fined in the amount of 300 untaxed minimum incomes because the accountant who works for us as a volunteer filed the reports on time in the first, second, and third quarter, but turns out we didn't put the dashes in the points where nothing was filled. And the National Agency for Corruption Prevention has focused on us, has spent 1.5 hours telling us how we failed to fill it out properly. The accountant has simply left. Who will be working as an accountant? She is a responsible person. She was doing her best. Why were we punished? Simply because we didn't put the dashes in the empty spots? So sorry, I have to address the representatives of the Council of Europe. We need your help. Our problem is formalism. Mr. Havronyuk, yes, he has submitted his report as to how the law is working. Great presentation, which doesn't work, however. It's great. The methodology has been violated. We do not understand why the law cannot progress, but we have a brilliant report. Everybody has been working and democracy is destroyed in the country. Thank you very much, Ms. Fedorchuk. Gentleman next to you and then gentleman in the second row. My name is Igor Dushin. I'm a political consultant, and in this situation I am telling what was discussed at the forum of political parties. First, Ukraine has 80 parties represented in the local councils. Ukraine has 65% of members of local governments elected from non-parliamentary parties. 65%, the majority. As of today, based on the topic of our conference and today's legislation, I believe is very promising yet imperfect. I think that the National Agency for Corruption Prevention is incompetent. We have an incompetent body that implements this law, and the activities of its members are unqualified. Then, Mr. Havronyuk, when you split the parties the way you split them is, I think, imperfect, and I suggest you review this process. Out of 350 registered organizations, we have 80 parties that failed to find the National Agency on Corruption Prevention. We have been searching it and they couldn't find it. Yes, there are dead organizations, but I know the political technologists very well. Lapdog parties have submitted the reports very nicely on time, but some effective parties could not do that. These are organizations for sale, so please change your approach. You can split it into parliamentary parties and you can repress them all you like, from the accounting chamber, from the National Agency for Corruption Prevention, to hunt for budget money. There are non-parliamentary effective parties. Well, some organizations are sort of surviving. And then your approach will be totally different, will manifest into something totally different. And lastly, for the organizers of the conference, out of 350 registered parties in Ukraine, maximum 10 parties are present at the conference. So not even 10% of the registered political parties. We suggest that we invite not only representatives of the state bodies and organizations working on the statutory activities for decades, like Mr. Havranyuk's agency, but we also suggest inviting real political actors in the local level of Ukraine. The lady in the second row, and then you, please. Thank you. Opora organization, public network. My question is to the National Agency on Corruption Prevention and the Commission. How do your agencies work together to bring parties to account? And during the monitoring of electoral campaign, around 400 people have been mentioned, and the district electoral commissions have had to do this, and we have been checking these facts. We filed information into the Central Electoral Commission, but the Central Electoral Commission has not submitted them personal data of the candidates. So the names are there, but we don't know who to file these protocols against. Then I had some information lately that some of the information has been passed on. About 40 protocols have been filed, but the number of candidates was much greater. So there was some selective approach in action in making the protocols against the parties. The registry of court decisions indicates also the parties who filed their protocols on time. Well, we will need time to hear the answers. Well, question is, some of these protocols were filed against the couriers who were simply bringing the documents around. Thank you. You will get the response, but let us first respond to previous questions, and we will use your help to summarize the discussion. In single mandate constituencies, electoral commissions are controlling that process. And if the Central Electoral Commission does not get reports from constituency electoral commission, they filed information to the prosecutor's office. Then the National Agency on Corruption Prevention addressed the Central Electoral Commission to get access to the voters registry, to identify the persons, and to get the understanding about the location of the parties and official registration addresses. The Central Electoral Commission has given this chance to the National Agency for Corruption Prevention to use these information systems, and that was done. Thank you. There was a lot of criticism against everybody else, basically. Please take 2 minutes to respond. Mr. Olinik. Thank you for your question and for the problems you raised. The problem we're all raising here today is based on the imperfections in the processes related to support of budget spending. That is why this is the money of the parties. They had been transferred from the National Agency for Corruption Prevention to the parties. So let's stipulate that in the legislation, in the budget code. There's a budget code as well. Our problem is unharmonized legislation, because one law says one thing and another law says another thing, and the money can be changed. The property can be transferred over them for the supplies of goods and services and whatnot. Then the legislation does not regulate that for the moment. Every country, like by 90%, the states are funding the political parties when they have developed their own practices. Our national practice is attached to the legislative field, and that's the budget code. The money that is spent on the budget program goes to the party ownership. In all other cases, please stick to the norms. Mr. Klitschkovsky. Dear colleagues, I would like to once again note that while they are in the budget institutions, when you're buying something for budget money, do you check? That's a business contract. Once again, a party is a public entity. Is it a user of the budget money? It's not. Thank you. So actually, I took your criticism very seriously, because we have been monitoring this even before the law started functioning.
And we received our methodology from the Council of Europe, and it was important for us to check how all mechanisms operate. And this is what we did and showed in our report. The law may not be convenient for all. May I remind you why the law appeared. It appeared because our political parties were not real. The majority of parties in the parliament were oligarchical parties. And they still are. Those parties that are in the parliament today, did you hear about them 4 years ago? And they may disappear tomorrow. Yet all the parties are the same. They have the same legal and constitutional status. and you can't exempt some parties from reportings and not exempt others. Reports should be submitted by all. Please have patience. Your shrieks won't change anything. You're not in the parliament now, but you may get into the next parliament, and you'll get your money. Yet all the parties are to have the same status and are to submit similar reports. And those reports have to be simple and readable and doable in half an hour and submittable electronically. And then problems will disappear. You were sanctioned by the agency, but it does not mean that there should not be the same kind of liability for all. The law is the same for all. Maybe the agency made a mistake. Well, thanks everybody. Thanks everybody. No one will hear you without the microphone. I fully agree. All parties are to be in the same shoes. But there is that major difference, availability of state funding and non-availability. Is that a difference in your view? Well, you just report about where you got your money. I understand what you're driving at. Well, dear participants, some questions will certainly remain without answer. Mr. Setnik, and if you shouted less, we would have more time. My agency has the same approach to all parties. And not only to the usual parties or the regular parties, but also to the parliamentary ones. And we made administrative protocol about one party now in the parliament. This present discussion, in my view, is because someone was fined and others were not. That's purely personal. You are distorting our words. Well, our agency just makes a protocol and refers it to court. It's the court that sanctions you, not the agency. Let's be mindful of our time. Our doors are always open. Those who come over are always heard. Why don't you come over and explain? My doors are always open. Thanks everybody, thanks everybody, thanks very much. Some had a chance to speak out, some had no such chance. Now I give the floor to the two persons to whom I had promised the floor earlier. Ihor Fedorenko, New Life Party. About myself first. After the Revolution of Dignity, I became a deputy of Kyiv City Council. And we wanted to show to the entire Western community that we in Ukraine move in the proper direction. I went to work in the cultural committee. We cooperated with embassies, and we really did our best to show Ukraine positively. And I have two questions for the representative of the Council of Europe and to Oleg Setnik. Since we are trying to show the positive accomplishments of Ukraine, we, however, were not invited to the trainings about which we complained in an official letter. We received no advice about how to make our reports, about how to fill the tables out. So we found the right but then we were given a call and the inspector from the National Anti-Corruption Agency appeared, and I was interrogated, and that was videoed, and I really resented it very much. And I'd like to ask our European experts if that is ever done in Europe. Are people interrogate in a Nazi SS style about the financial activities of their parties? I understand your question, and now the lady, Ludmila Boychenko, Christian Democratic Alliance. I want to tell you what the citizens think. The agency adopted such regulations that if an old lady somewhere in a village wants to donate 50 hryvnias to a political party, she won't be able to do that because very many documents will be required. That's why I ask everybody who are drafting new laws to make life of individual Ukrainian citizens easier. Thank you very much. I thank everybody for participation in the discussion. Morton, will you respond or now, or will you do that later? Well, you will hear your answer later. So my question was about whether party leaders are interrogated with video cameras on. We'll hear the answer at the next session, and I hope that many people will stay on. And those who are here, are there anybody here from the parliamentary parties? No, they are not present here. One person is present. Will you please tell us what party you are from? And don't tell us how you spent your money, the money that you've taken. So just tell us what party you are from and whether your party took the public funding. Maxim Savras, Solidarity, Petro Poroshenko's bloc. We took the money and we spent it. Are you happy with how you spent it? Well, we were not really happy, but we are trying to move ahead. Thank you, Mr. Savrasov. I hope that you heard the criticisms about Petro Poroshenko's bloc. This is something you should be aware of. So very frequently, people who make the decisions fail to come to the events where other people take so much pains to speak out about their problems. Well, Mr. Kluchkovsky was shouting so much and no one heard him, but when he was given the floor, he presented his ideas in such an orderly way. So it often happens that those who are to blame are not present, and some people are always backstage, like our interpreters, without whom our foreign guests would not know what we are discussing in such a heated way. Let's give a hand of applause to the interpreters. And I want to recall one phrase uttered here. Mr. Karmazin made an eloquent pause, and then he said that parties that are created to satisfy, then he said, to satisfy the political needs. And closer to the end, Instead of the funds, people started using the word money, and that made our communication down to earth. Because when people talk money, most of us understand they have money or not. Well, funds is really a word for reporting. Thanks for your participation. Thanks for your questions.
Panel 2 on transparency of political party financing, international standards, and challenges for Ukraine. My name is Peter. I am the Global Senior Electoral Advisor for the International Foundation for Election Systems, also known as IFES. And at the same time, I have the profound honor of being the director of our IFES Ukraine program here. So I live in town and live what we talk about today every day. IFES is very thankful for the opportunity to participate in this conference, for the right to moderate this esteemed panel, and we're fortunate that later our good friend Denise will do a presentation on some of our thinking, our work on money and politics. Our organization in general works on strengthening democracy in Ukraine, but we do have a particular focus on money and politics, and we're very pleased with our partnership that we've had over the years with the Council of Europe. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Francois. And with OSCE, especially OSCE ODIHR, also today represented by Jacobo. So this partnership has led to me standing here today, and I think it is of particular importance that we get an opportunity to hear a little bit of the global community's experience on money in politics. Taking from the title of our panel, I would like to say that no democracy can mature and strengthen without transparency. No institution, no elected officials will come forward and be credible and trusted unless there is transparency. And I think the fact that we are here today, that so many different stakeholder groups come here today, that we share knowledge, and that we have a lively discussion, lively challenges of those who speak and of each other is an expression of this. I hope we will see much more of this as we move forward. I hope this panel will be just as lively as the last one, so I'd hope that you, the audience, will have great challenges for our speakers. We're going to talk about international standards, the experience of the world community that we have accumulated over time. This is fundamental to improving the life of the people we serve. I think we must not only learn from the successes that indeed lead to international standards and good practices, but we must also carefully examine the challenges and even the failures that other nations have experienced. Only then can we be successful in the implementation, and here specifically for Ukraine. So I hope that through the presentations that we'll have here over the next 1.5 hours, that we will be able to examine the world community experience, both successes and hopefully also some of the challenges that others have experienced in this regard. We will have relatively strict timekeeping because we're already a little bit over, so I'd like to ask each of the speakers if they can stick to 15 minutes per speaker, and I'll be calling out minutes as we near the end of each presentation in order to make sure that we give everyone an equal chance to speak. Each of the speakers have very good biographies in the material that you have in front of you, so I'm not going to do long introductions of each of the speakers. I would encourage you to have a look at the impressive work of each of our friends. And with that, I'd like to introduce the first speaker immediately, namely Mr. Pero Villanova, who is a member of the Venice Commission of the Council of Europe and a professor from the Faculty of Political Science and Public Policy of the University of Barcelona. So please, Pere.
Thank you very much for your kind presentation. I am very glad to be back to this country and this city on issues related to democracy, elections, and things like that. I will talk on my personal opinion. Basically, I mentioned that because since I am listed as a member of the Venice Commission, I am not speaking on behalf of the Venice Commission as such, because I have some out of my experiences, I have some ideas concerning elections and political participation, and I don't mind saying from the start that I am getting more and more discouraged by elections here and there, all around, all democracies, new democracies. But then I tend to say, okay, I am discouraged because I'm getting old, so I think things don't go well. In fact, is that some aspects of political participation are very worrying. As we know, I will go from some general comments to the specifics of the financing and the corruption, but because inevitably they go together quite often. As we know, political parties fulfill several functions in a democratic society, but here is a first misunderstanding we should be aware of. One is that we tend to think of political parties as association of people that freely share some ideas and want to participate in politics. This is the beginning of the definition of political parties in democracy. That continues to be true, formally speaking. It reflects the right of association for political purposes under the limits provided by the law. But the misunderstanding is that throughout time, political parties have become big financing machineries, and at the same time, they have become, piling upon the expression of the right of association, they have become para-public institutions, if not public institutions as such. So those are quite different things. And the weight is leaning towards the fact that political parties, once they are in the institutions, through elections, well, if they can, they try to stay there, because getting back just to be an association of people who think the same ideas, it's really not a good perspective. And this dimension of becoming para-public institutions gets even more important, turns in a more important thing when you think that in nowadays democracies, and I think average worldwide democracies, European democracies, political parties, in a way or another, through parliaments, through regional parliaments, through municipalities, literally control the ensemble of the political system. And this changes the agenda of the right of association only. I will not be talking about Ukraine, I don't know that country enough, but in average Western European countries, you see that political parties, through the mechanism which formally is indisputable, responsibility in appointing people, at the end of the day, they appoint the members of a constitutional court, the members of the board of public media, the members of the, whatever the name is, the public authority on financing and accounting, the member of, etc., etc. So this takes me to the second point, which is another misunderstanding we have to address properly, is that because of that, and because the evolution of the relationship politics and society, political parties everywhere live much above their possibilities. They spend much more than they earn. They have to run a lifestyle, not because of corruption, we'll leave this for another part of my presentation. They have to spend much more than the traditional ways of financing were capable to cope with. And here is where we are in the middle of the problem. The parties, therefore, are not only the expression of a fundamental civil right association, they manage systematically and systemically, from a systemic viewpoint, the ensemble of public institutions, including sometimes public corporations, public enterprises, things like that. In a case like, and it's in the media, so I'm not unveiling any secret, of a country like Spain, or Italy for that matter, but in Spain is very much these days on the headlines, the massive problem of corruption concerning political parties through institutions in order to get the money they need for living, not only for political campaigns when you have elections, but living, comes out of municipalities and the competences of municipalities in authorizing building up by the sea, new resorts, things like that. So that's one part of the problem, which is difficult to address only by thinking we will make a specific law against corruption or to control political parties when it goes to spending money, not linking it with the problem of corruption. And who will make it? The parliament, therefore the political parties again. So there's no magic key to counter these problems per se. It's also a societal matter. It has to be with the principle of accountability. But then here is when discouraging events happen here and there in electoral terms, where the fact that you have information, public has information relating to candidates or parties who are really mixed with corruption, it discourages only a small part of the voters. The identification of profiles of leaders of political parties nowadays do not depend only on rational choices. It's also passional, it's also a very emotional thing. On the other hand, there is this problem of financing that if I am not wrong, I think the US has taken to the extreme, and it's before President Trump, so let's skip the jokes about President Trump, and it's these PAC committees. When the Supreme Court decided, was it 2010 or 2012, something like that, that in order to circumvent the accountability for donations on campaigns, electoral campaigns, which are very limited and quite rigid in the US, the Supreme Court has made a strange twist authorizing unlimited expenses of the so-called political action committees, provided only condition that they do not campaign positively and explicitly for any specific candidate. But they can campaign against all other candidates, or through very symbolic campaigns, linking negative things with other candidates. What are the arguments of the Supreme Court? I was extremely, but I am very old-fashioned on that. Money talks. Therefore, it's covered under the protection of the First Amendment of the US Constitution. This is a spectacular twist in the tradition of putting strong controls on expenses related to electoral campaigns. Money talks means what it means. It's people who have a lot of money can express their political preferences through massive donations, provided that because it would be not very sort of, acceptable, provided that you do not campaign for any specific candidate. But you can invest a lot of, there were amazing amount of advertisings in 2012 campaign against Obama, financed by PAC, political action committees of some, not the Republican Party as such, some circles with a lot of money, etc., etc. Eventually, we have to move and to maneuver. You will let me know when I am approaching into the three. I mean, we have to try to have these laws and regulations around the three basic models we have, which is how to deal with public financing, how to deal with private financing, and how to deal with the mixed system which combines the two, private and public. Here the issue is that you can be... Did I do that? No. You can be quite demanding on the public funding, because the public funding mechanisms are the mechanisms supposed to guarantee a minimum of equality of chances in campaigning. And the regulations at the same time have to leave a door open to private financing, but under scrutiny and limited mechanisms. And we have, in a comparative approach in Western Europe, examples of the three of it, but usually models tend to combine mixed system, private and public. What happens then is that when it goes to campaigning, to electoral campaigns, these models can be used normally and fulfill its commitment, but parties find a way to get indirect financing. Difficult to prove that it is related to the electoral campaign as such, providing offices, providing advertisings on issues like, environment, things like that, and then subsidizing, and here I step into corruption, funny activities for people who, well, it happens that they also are candidates. Resorts invitations, things like that. We have a quite similar situation now in France. Candidate Fillon has very expensive suits. Donation of a friend. No, it's a friend who donates suits. This is not forbidden by law. In exchange of what? Difficult to prove. Difficult to prove. So at the end of the day, the safety lock is the society as such, how demanding society will be. But there's no magic formula, and one can quote, for instance, a position of the Venice Commission a few years ago, in which there is an interesting checklist of guidelines concerning, I would say, how to set mechanisms who guarantee the maximum of transparency in finances and things like that. Donations sometimes also go through foundations. I don't know here, but in the other end of Europe, westbound, you have all parties having cultural foundations to promote cultural activities. This is one of the main ways of indirect financing of parties. And therefore, the regulations have to be very careful and very demanding to see. Then, of course, if there is a scandal through a judicial procedure, you can try to trace the way in which donations to a cultural foundation in between elections at the end of the day are serving the financing of the party as such. And I don't know, I prefer to leave more time to my colleagues here and then to answer your questions. But I am still, personally speaking, against the fact that donations, if they are from individuals and not more than X modest amount of money, can be anonymous. I am totally against any anonymity when it goes to financing either parties, cultural foundations linked to parties, or furthermore, electoral campaigns as such. Because then you can move hundreds of thousands of small donations that anonymous cannot be traced. Thank you.
Thank you, Pere. I'm glad to hear that you agree on the issue of trust and credibility can only be built through transparency. If we do not know where the money comes from, how can the people ever believe that there is honesty in politics? I'd like to next introduce Mr. Quintin Reed, an expert of the Council of Europe from its Economic Crime and Cooperation Division in DG1. See if yours work.
Thank you. I do have a presentation, but I'm intending not to use it except for just one introductory slide, if you can open it. So I think they want me time, and I can go through the issues much quicker without the presentation having to, and I don't have three hands. So firstly, you can see what I do from the bio. Perhaps the most important thing there in this context is that I was one of the authors of the 2015 joint opinion on the then proposed amendments to political financing regulation here. What I'm going to do right now in this session, I have 2, 3, 4 general comments, and then I'll go very fast through perhaps, you know, as a snapshot as I see it of perhaps the main issues, problems with current regulation. In terms of general comments, firstly, we have international standards, obviously, on political party finance. I think Yves-Marie is going to talk more about those. Greco or Council of Europe standards are the most important. Those standards are very important, and they provide a framework for looking for the best way of regulation. However, solutions also have to be country-specific and tailored to specific circumstances. So, for example, if you have a country where the state media is used as a propaganda tool for the government, and you compare that to a country that has a well-established public service broadcasting system, the implications of those two systems for how you should regulate financing of election campaigns are radically different, actually. An even more dramatic example is for transparency. Some would argue that in some countries, Colombia has been mentioned occasionally. I would mention Russia personally. Forcing opposition parties to be transparent about their donations can have unintended side effects. It doesn't mean that we perhaps wouldn't want it, but we need to be aware of all of the implications of our regulations. The second general comment is to think about not plugging in international standards and how each individual one is fulfilled, but to think about what we actually want to achieve. And I think from the work that I've done, I'm more and more convinced that what you're really trying to do in most countries is to achieve a system that keeps the costs of elections as low as possible, taking into account other risks of restricting costs. And then designing the rest of your regulation according to that framework, rather than just taking each part of regulation as one by one, transparency, donations, but think about what is the objective here. And keeping costs down needs to be the number one priority, because if elections aren't expensive, then parties, candidates, by definition, aren't under as much pressure to raise illicit funds. So going from those general comments, originally my presentation is split into two parts, and the first part was on the current proposed amendments to legislation here. But then it emerged that those are not going to be discussed until the next session, so I'm not allowed to talk about those yet, and I will come to that later. I also, however, had a set of comments, recommendations on the current framework as it stands, and I will just go through those very fast now. Firstly, on donations, the 2015 opinion, most of the recommendations then were fulfilled, apart from one, which was on donations from foreign entities. We felt then that the restrictions are maybe too severe here, although there are understandable reasons for that, especially in this country. But there might be issues in the future about wanting to permit, contributions from foundations abroad for party building and that kind of thing. not a major issue, but comes under this. Perhaps more importantly with donations are the limits, which are pretty high by international standards. If I calculating correctly, it's about 45,000 euros for an individual, 90,000 for a legal entity. You might want to think about whether those limits are too high, perhaps. Second issue is on spending limits. And this connects to other areas of regulation, particularly the reimbursement of spending. The limits on campaign spending, they were retained in 2015. There was a proposal to actually abolish them, but they were retained. But they're very high. And it's about, according to my calculations, about 10 million euros now for an election campaign for a party. I think the main point here is that if you have a limit like that, A, it's quite high, B, it's also quite ineffective if you don't have restrictions on specific activities. And one of the lessons, I think, of European regulation is that rather than having financial limits, it's much more effective to say, okay, you can't advertise on TV, or you can't advertise on these stations, or put a limit on the amount of advertising that you can have. And the reason why is because it's extremely monitorable. You can see it, and so it can be enforced easily. From my knowledge, television advertising seems to be the biggest proportion of spending here, so maybe there should be some thinking about that in the future, about restricting that. Connected to spending and limits, state funding. I think there is a big issue and problem here about the reimbursement of campaign spending. Reimbursing all spending is a very unusually generous system. I understand the argument here that you need to make parties independent of donations, but do we want to make them entirely independent of donations? I'm not sure. More important, if you have the reimbursement is limited up to the limit on campaign spending. But if the limit on campaign spending is so high, this has quite big implications for the state budget. And in a context where I assume that parties are not trusted by society, they're not anywhere in Europe, quite honestly, but a little more in some countries than others. Having such big contributions has implications for trust in your system. So maybe you should think about restricting the reimbursement to some extent. In addition, the reimbursement here, if I understand correctly, is all post hoc. It's after the elections. That's also quite an unusual system. You more often, I think, have a division where you have something distributed in advance and then the rest paid after the elections. And it seems to me that having reimbursement after the elections, and also reimbursement that can go up to the limit on spending, it's basically the message to parties is, okay, you have to spend the limit, and if you don't get anything before the elections, then you have to borrow all the money. Who are you going to borrow it from? And what do they want in return? Next issue is on, it's also on public funding, but it's on the use of withholding public funding as a sanction. Currently, the subsidies can be withheld or even permanently if a party does not report on time or if it has deliberate misrepresentations in its report. I'm sorry, there was actually a recommendation we had that you should expand that, and that was implemented. The point I wanted to make now, in fact, was that that sanction is fine. However, it's quite inflexible. Usually, you will allow a situation where, if a party does not report on time or violates in some other way, then the regulator can withdraw the subsidy, but then return it when the violation is addressed. And the law currently here doesn't allow for that. It's just, you know, it's across the board and it's gone, and you can't give the money back. So perhaps, you know, having a more flexible provisions on withdrawal of funding. Concerning reporting, we've heard a lot this morning. I will come back to that in a minute. The issue I wanted to raise was the provisions on reporting are pretty much okay in the law, I think. However, there's a big question about how this is being implemented in practice, and has the NACP come up with an adequate format for them? Is it digital and so on? The issue raised this morning, if I understood correctly, there was a very lively discussion and some of it couldn't be heard. I think there is an issue of small parties feeling that they are overburdened by reporting requirements. Currently, parties that don't compete in elections or don't receive state financing don't have to report. Perhaps in addition there could be a financial threshold that if you don't have financial activity above a certain amount, then you don't have to report, and maybe that could take some smaller parties that are not otherwise exempted out of the reporting requirement. You don't need everybody to report, you need important parties to report. Penultimate point is on oversight. I will only quickly here pointed out in 2015 that the oversight system is quite complicated, and that remains the case. You have various election commissions responsible for submission for verifying financial reports. You have the national agency overseeing restrictions on funding and the use of state funds for statutory activities, the timeliness and correctness of reports. You have both the agency and the accounting chamber controlling the use of public funds with no clear distinction between what they do. I just want to kind of emphasize the point once again here is that the international standard for this is that regulations should ideally be by a single body, or you need very close coordination. And I'm wondering how well that coordination is set up at the moment, given how complicated the interaction between these institutions is. Finally, concerning sanctions, the international standard here, as I'm sure you're aware, is that sanctions should be effective, proportional and dissuasive. In 2015, there were proposed amendments to dramatically increase sanctions, and they weren't passed, I think. And it seems to me that the fines remain pretty small in the law, so perhaps there is an argument for increasing those. I mentioned the termination of suspension of public funding earlier, and perhaps in addition, this is really for the next session, but there are possibilities, or at least in current proposals, to deregister parties for certain sanctions, and I would make a note of caution on that we need to be very careful about that, but that's really for the next session. So I've tried to go through very fast the issues I wanted to cover. I think I'm probably just about within the time limit, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Quentin. I have to say that I often wonder when we work on money in politics whether we're able to reach the end goal, namely improving the quality of how democracy actually functions. And I think we need to keep a clear eye on what it is that we're trying to achieve and how we're actually succeeding or not succeeding throughout all the communities that we look at. I think that some of the measures that we have may seem reasonable, but they are only reasonable if they lead to better behaviors in the political process. So I'm glad that this was specifically raised. As Quentin is well aware, there is a process of considering amendment of the relevant framework right now, and I'd like to thank him for his input to this, which I think we should all take note of as we discuss our way through these amendments, both today but also in the various forums that are in full swing in considering whether this amendment should happen or not, and if it happens, what it should indeed look like. I think it is quite clear to those that worked on the original legal framework that now that it has been put into force, there are aspects of it that would benefit from amendment. It's just important that these amendments do not lead to a gutting of the actual original intent, and hence opening up that Pandora's box should be something that improves on it and in actual fact not take away the original intent from it. With that, I would like to introduce the next speaker, Mr. Bertrand Simeon, an expert from the Council of Europe, Division of Electoral Assistance and Census, and a professor of political and social communication at the University Paris I, Pantheon-Sorbonne. Thank you for coming, Bertrand. Please.
Thank you. I'm really glad to be back in Kiev after a few months away. Let's go for a go-fast presentation because I want to cover all the range of the problem, if possible, in a few minutes. So I've chosen to consider the problem of parties financing through its consequences, and especially through one consequences, the fail of trust. Trust in politics that people do not more have. It's a global problem that affects every democracies around the world, from the center of Europe to America and Oceania. It is not specific to Ukraine or new democracies. According to the last edition of Edelman's Trust Barometer, you can see that the problem of trust is related to a crisis of several values, and it affects main institutions and many institutions. Businesses are affected by the fail of trust, even NGOs, and especially the institutions that take part in the core system of democracy, like justice, like states, like political parties, and like media. Ukraine is not safe from this collapse of trust. If you had a look to a recent study led by Professor Berenson from King's College in London, the trust in state and politics in Ukraine stands at its lower levels nowadays. The crisis is many factors, but societal ones are really responsible for the crisis of trust. Distrust is increasing in the world because of openness of systems and countries, because of globalization, but distrust increases also and moreover because of the erosion of social values, because of corruptions, because of inequalities, because of lack of transparency in the democracy, and fake news too. All these factors belong to the same field, the field of political life. So it would be important to reform political life. Obviously, as my further and regretted colleague Jean-Claude Collard said, the corruption and the increasing of money part in democracy obviously arouse a feeling of distrust and confidence from people vis-à-vis of the institutions, and especially the political ones. Sometimes small affairs affect the actuality and the confidence of people in a democratic system. Small affairs like misuse of administrative resources, but sometimes affairs are bigger. Bigger because in the actuality, especially in France, you can't avoid to speak about personal enrichment. You can't avoid to speak about fictive employment, like it is the case in the French presidential campaign with the Fillon affair. So the most problem of this distrust is the fact that it lowers the electoral turnout. In Europe, it is true, but it is a trend stronger in post-communist democracy like Ukraine. According to the IDEA database, voters' turnout has decreased from 23% in Ukraine since the first election, sorry. And the last problem is this one, last but not least consequence of the rise of populism around the world, it's the rise of populism. Citizens who still want to participate in the political life are more and more seduced by discourses that condemn political, mediatical, and economical corrupted elites. Because our democracies are facing the threat of populism, we must imperatively understand that the stakes are too high for us to preserve such a dangerous situation. So we have a strong need of regulation and supervision of political parties' financement. Both are absolutely required if we want to preserve democracy. So what can we learn from the European standards? There are many tools and many standards concerning the question of political financing. You can find it in the presentation. You have the Council of Europe reference document, case law of European Courts of Human Rights, the Venice Commission reference document, Greco's evaluation. You can add every OSCE reports and also other institutions like United Nations. I've listed for you, if you have the presentation, the main one from Venice Commission and from the Council of Europe. But if you try to analyze the core documents, these reference documents, you can see that they reveal some strong and main principles that are first a reasonable balance between public and private funding, fair criteria for distribution of the state contributions, strict rules concerning private donations, thresholds or limits on parties' expenditures, especially when they are linked to the election campaigns, a complete transparency of accounts, controlled and monitored by independent authorities, and also meaningful sanctions for parties and candidates who had violate the rules. If we analyze all these documents, we can see that main issues exist in political parties that we can sum up in, with this slide in a few topics. The first one is the need of permanent resources for parties in the electoral campaigns and when there are no campaigns. The other problem is the question of the origin of funds, private or public. The transparency of accounts is the another one, and last but not least, the limitation of donations and expenditures. Regarding resources, it is really obvious that political parties, to do their part in the democratic game, need money to finance their activities. Concerning the origin of funds, two possibilities, private or public, but every source is well known for the advantages and inconvenience, especially, that's why I used colors. Corporations funding, business is quite difficult subject. Is it possible to prohibit it? Parties need funds. But if you really want to have a political system not influenced by economical, financial interest, it is better to prohibit them. And of course, foreign funding is generally prohibited. Concerning the donations and the expenditures, there are two ways to approach the problem, a quantitative one and a qualitative one. The quantitative one consists in limiting the amount of donations. You can do restrictions. The qualitative one consists in establishing a list of impermissible donors, people who are not allowed as individual or legal person to contribute to the party funding. The expenditures can be also limited, but there is also a problem with the limitation. This problem is that, as Pedro Pere said it there's a contradiction between freedom of speech and limitation of expenditures. The protestation and the mobilization, the activism against the McCain-Feingold law in the United States, the Citizens United initiative in 2010 are the best illustration of what we have to face when we want to limit expenditures. People find it like a way of limiting freedom of speech. The analysis of European standards also reveals that transparency of accounts cannot be ensured without a strong and performant mechanism of control and sanctions. It needs a frequent publication of certified accounts by parties. It means kind of monitoring of financial status of representative of elected officials in order to avoid personal enrichment. And obviously, the state bodies, the authorities, must be independent, strong, and they need also the support of justice, of courts, to impose sanctions for violators. If we don't satisfy these needs, it will be impossible to restore trust in populations. So in Ukraine, we can see a strong commitment in fighting global corruption with several reforms, with state bodies existing and a legal framework and more and more legislative tools existing. The legal framework actually in Ukraine is globally compliant with standards and inspired by some of the best practices. Concerning the permanent resources, Ukraine has built a framework allowing parties to dispose of annual public funding and special funding for elections. The public funding system is increasing its power, and a reflection about the limits of expenditures and donations has inspired measures to impose the thresholds and to determine who can donate to parties and who can't. If we try to compare the Ukrainian situation with France and the French context, we can see many common points, because regarding the main principles, in France, parties will have legal status if they contribute to the democracy and if they promote equal access of women and men to elective offices. There's a gender measure, not the same, but in Ukraine law. Permanent resources, transparency about financial resources and expenditures, public funding, and this is really important, prohibition of heavy expenditures. In this case, political advertising. The legal framework includes a list of activities, expenditure thresholds, donation thresholds, financial reporting, declaration of assets for elected officials and candidates, heavy penalties for offenders, and the appointment of a representative who is the only person able to raise funds in order to candidates and parties do not have to deal with money directly. And for the mechanisms of control, the publication of accounts is regular, frequent, and transparent. The publication of official assets and candidates' assets are frequent too during every elections. Independent authorities exist. The Commission nationale des comptes de campagne et financement politique, and the Haute Autorité pour la transparence de la vie politique, and of course courts, in order to decide of sanctions. If we focus on thresholds in the French electoral campaigns for the donations, they are low. Parties can only receive 7,050 euros for an individual, and for the elections, the threshold is of 4 and 16. In general election, for the expenditures, you can spend more than 38,000 euros plus 15 euros multiplied by the number of residents in the constituency. And for the president elections, you have spending limits too. If you focus this time on electoral campaign and especially on the validation and reimbursement process, you have parties collecting resources, getting loans, donations, private funds, personal funds, the expenditures. They transmit it to an accountant, and it's mandatory if the candidate or party obtains more than 1% of votes. After that, it is transmitted to the commission that control resources, expenses, and validates or rejects and transfer to the court for sanction. If accounts are validated, the reimbursement process can begin, but it's only 47.5% of the expenditures that could be reimbursed if accounts are validated, and if results of the party or candidates are superior than the limit of 5% of the electoral body. Not so far as France is perfect, despite the strong and legal framework, some problems subsist, especially with elected official assets. It's the newest law in France, and it is not perfectly implemented by the way. Some officials or candidates did not declare some resources of income or parts of their assets. The process has not yet become an habit for elected officials and representatives, and a few years will be necessary to transform this new law into an habit, because And we can ask ourselves, sorry, is Ukraine so different? The short focus of the French context reveals that law is just the image part of the iceberg, and as Michael Frendo said in Kiev a few months ago, beyond the law there is a way we use it, beyond the law there is a way we make it ours, and beyond the law is the society and its culture. So the question is, what could be amended in the actual legal framework in order to improve the transparency in political parties' financement? Here is some recommendations, but I will only spot two of them because it seems that they are more important here. About expenditures first, it could be really useful to initiate a deep reflection about the interest of spending money in advertising. It is a huge expensive for parties to campaign with advertising. If you suppress this kind of expenses, parties will need less money and there will be less corruption. Another suggestion is about private financing and especially legal person. The best way to protect parties and candidates from influence of corporations or pressure groups consists in prohibition of donation from legal person. And last but not least, there's a need of professionalization in the authorities, and they need some help, but they need also to dispose of a referential for the usual cost of products and services in order to compare with parties' expenditures. It could also be possible to limit the amount of a donation from an individual by taking in account his annual income in order to avoid that somebody could contribute massively to parties by giving money to figureheads and figureheads to the parties. And last but not least, it must be useful to lower the maximum amount of a legal person donation. So in conclusion, this new legal framework in Ukraine is a great step beyond, a great step on the path for transparency and in the struggle, in the rough battle against political corruption. The basis of a legal system able to restore trust is set, but as Rome was not built in a day, a few years will be necessary to transform legal dispositions in social habits. Moreover, some amendments to the existing law can also improve the legal system, but state bodies, members of parliament, the NGOs, the experts are already at work to achieve this goal, restore people's trust in politics. But we won't forget the lessons that Nicolas Machiavel gave to us. The prince can face anything except being despised or being hated. If people despise or hate political system, the political system will necessarily collapse and fall down. Corruption and bribery cause despise and hate. If we forget that, democracy will collapse.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bertrand, for sharing the example of France with us. There's no doubt that globally we have a long way to go to regain the trust of the electorates, and that many of the factors that you raised are fundamental to this. I'd now like to introduce Daniel Smilov, member of the OSCE ODIHR core group of experts on political parties, associate professor of political theory at the University of Sofia and program director for the Center for Liberal Strategies in Sofia. In order to stay on track, I hope the speakers will stay with 15 minutes, and I shall stand up 3 minutes before I ask you to end. Please, Daniel.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me first thank the organizers for this opportunity to speak in front of you, and especially on issues which are of such big importance for Ukraine, but not only. As it was said, I'm part of the expert group on political party regulation of the OSCE ODIHR. And our group actually elaborated the guidelines on political parties in 2010. So they were adopted together with the Venice Commission. So it's a joint effort, joint exercise in elaborating normative framework for political parties. So whatever questions you have on political party regulation, please do consult the guidelines and you'll find your answers there. Of course, it's not like that because, as Quentin said, normative principles, they need to be interpreted against the concrete background, the concrete background of countries. Of course, I'm sure you're going to find a lot of useful principles, but they need to be elaborated, detailed, and interpreted against the specific problems your country faces. Our group of experts also took part in the drafting of the 2015 opinion, and I would like to thank Quentin actually for summing up the main points. I fully agree with him, the points that he made about the specific issues concerning the Ukrainian situation. I'm going to, in my presentation, I'm going to focus on some of these points and try to bring a new angle to the discussion. But in general, I agree with most of what he said. And before I start again this caveat that I'm speaking in my personal capacity, I'm not expressing views of the group of experts or the OSCE. My work in this area has now actually covered more than 2 decades. I started researching the issue of party funding and campaign finance back in the beginning of the 1990s. And then there were virtually a few books, comparative books in English on this topic. Now there is a huge expansion of literature, a lot of interest. A lot of organizations have done valuable work, like Greco, for instance, in producing very detailed reports. Other organizations like IFES, IDEA, they have done work. So actually now we are in a much better position to draw some comparative conclusions. So with all these preliminary remarks, let me say that I also consider, as the speakers before me, the introduction of the Ukrainian new legislation as a major improvement. I think that the introduction of a scheme of public funding against the background of Ukrainian conditions is good, because this definitely has the potential to reduce the impact of big businesses or oligarchs on the political process, to guarantee, at least from the point of view of financing, a relative autonomy of the political parties. So this is something good which should be kept, and improvements should be introduced in this regard. There are issues whether this scheme of funding the so-called statutory functions of the political parties and full reimbursement of campaign costs is the optimal solution. I'm also a bit surprised by this kind of full reimbursement up to the spending limit of campaign costs, and there might be other solutions to this problem, but in general, the idea of providing relatively generous public funding is a good one. So what are the dangers of this idea? Basically, they are of two types. One is that they discriminate against small and emerging parties, which haven't had a chance to benefit from public funding. So for this reason, generally what is done is to limit or to lower the threshold for eligibility of disbursing public funding. So not only parties which are represented in Parliament should receive public funding, but also smaller ones which have shown some measure of public support. The second thing is that if you have a system of public funding for a long time, the main political parties could become isolated from the voters. So they could become too dependent on the state and they could become disinterested in the voters and in their potential contribution to party activities. In order to fight such a tendency, in 1992, the German Federal Constitutional Court actually put pressure on political parties to diversify the system of disbursing the public subsidy. So in Germany, what is done is that the public subsidy comes not as a lump sum to the political parties, but in terms of matching funds, some of the subsidy comes as a matching fund for small donations collected from a great number of people, and for party fees, membership fees. So the idea of this measure is to press the parties to address as many people as possible to give small donations. If you don't have something like that, what might happen is that political parties start relying exclusively either on the state or on big businesses. And since, as it was mentioned, private donations are not limited in Ukraine in a meaningful way. Actually, the ceiling for private donations is quite high. This will mean that political parties could easily address big corporations, and then funding will come from these two sources: big corporations and the state, and the citizen, the people could become insulated. So this is a long-term probably problem that should be kept in mind. And in general, I would refrain from passing a very strong assessment on how the Ukrainian model works, because it has been only, 2 years or so from the introduction of the regulation. Of course, some conclusions could be drawn, but we need more time in order to pass a judgment. One interesting issue which was discussed in the morning is whether the state could require that parties spend the public subsidy on specific activities. I think this is a tricky one, and I will be definitely against an exclusive list of activities which the parties should follow. So this will be kind of too great interference, and I don't have a good example of a model which works in this way. So the more typical issue will be to introduce some specific prohibitions. So if you fear that political parties might be tempted to be engaged in specific activities which are either unlawful or improper, you might try to say, look, political parties shouldn't do this or that. For instance, they shouldn't be involved in starting construction businesses with the public subsidy or something like this if they happen to do it. But otherwise, there shouldn't be an exhaustive list of activities on which they could spend the public subsidy. Well, if the state wants to encourage the parties to engage in certain activities, it could provide part of the subsidy as a project money in this direction. For instance, if it wants to encourage them to build research institutes or to help form youth organizations, part of the subsidy could come as project money for these specific purposes. But this is again a matter of political consideration for the Ukrainian authorities. Now, let me say a few words about enforcement and disclosure, which are probably the center of our discussion on this panel. When we think about disclosure and enforcement, there are generally, I think, two models which are effective. One model is when you involve in the enforcement and disclosure proceedings established independent institutions like the courts. And probably in France and especially in the United States, we have this long practice of the enforcement of disclosure regulations being heavily litigated by the parties and by the participants in the campaigns. So when such institutions are involved in enforcement, you have, well, there is a strong chance that that regulation is being followed. Well, the other model is more, we might say, political model. It necessitates consensus among the major parties that they're going to allow some specific institutions to look into their activities and to impartially try to settle disputes. These are the models with commissions, independent agencies, and so on. But in order for these models to work, you have to have a baseline political agreement among the major players that they will leave these authorities do their job. So if you don't have this agreement, if there is a collusion among the major parties that in fact these bodies are not going to look into their affairs, but they're going to deal only with small players, marginal parties, sometimes the opposition and so on, then there is a serious problem of enforcement. In order for regulation to work, I think one of the preconditions is this baseline political agreement, and without it, it might often fail. In the morning discussion, we have this issue of two cumbersome procedures, probably of reporting, procedures which are too expensive for small players who don't have sufficient resources. The general principle of regulation should be the principle of proportionality, actually. If a political party is small, if it has kind of inferior material resources, then it might be subject to less strict reporting requirements. Of course, when we are speaking about big political players, by political parties which in essence are also economic units, they should be subject to quite strict reporting and disclosure requirements. And I think such a balance, such proportionality could be achieved. One way is, for instance, to look at the annual incomes of political parties. So if it is under some baseline, then they might be actually subject to some more basic forms of reporting and disclosure. Another issue which was raised in our morning discussion is to what extent the finding of political parties is interference with their internal affairs. Generally we might say that that political parties as part of civil society, they should be as much as possible autonomous from state interference. But as my colleagues said before me, the political parties are in a dubious position. On the one hand, they're part of civil society, but also they're part of the state structures, especially when they're in power, when they exercise power, or at least when they participate in elections with the intention to exercise power. And this has been the reason, for instance, of the view of the German Federal Constitutional Court, to look at the political parties as both parts of civil society and parts of the state. And if we take this perspective, then I'm not going to argue that fining for transparency or for failure to comply with transparency requirements is actually illegitimate interference with the autonomy of political parties. On the contrary, in fact, it has been widely accepted almost everywhere. The Scandinavian countries have had this view for a long time that the political parties are like NGOs and the state should not look very much into their financial affairs. But I think there are changes in this attitude even there as well. And well, I see that our moderator is getting a little bit impatient, but I will say a few things about my two other points. The speaker before me raised this issue of trust in the political parties, and it is in fact of key importance in our debate. I also had some data. Well, this is trust in political parties in some EU countries from Eurobarometer. The problem is that the link between reform of campaign finance and party funding and the trust in political parties is not a simple function. There is no linear correlation between these two. On the contrary, actually, some have argued, like my colleague Alina Mungiu-Pipidi, that the more anti-corruption and transparency measures you introduce, the less trust in political parties you get. And if you look at the data, there is, in fact, this kind of a little bit disquieting finding that trust in political parties in parliaments is generally going down, while, as in Ukraine and in many other places, meaningful campaign finance and party funding reforms are introduced. So my message here is not to scrap transparency and anti-corruption measures. On the contrary, the message is not to create unrealistic expectations that with the introduction of such reforms, immediately trust in parties is going to jump. Actually, this is not what happens. And also, just to stress this ambiguity between trust and transparency, look at two examples, recent examples from campaigns in advanced democracies. So President Trump won the elections without disclosing his tax returns. Yeah? And apparently this didn't affect his public support. In France, a major candidate actually lost a lot of support because of a relatively minor, as it was said, kind of affair and impropriety concerning corruption. So the link between public support and trust in political parties and anti-corruption campaigns and efforts is not linear, and it's more complex than it looks. And finally, another kind of point of caution. We haven't discussed much here the link between the political parties and the media, but these are increasingly interrelated areas. Actually, in my country, Bulgaria, we have at least 4 parties which have emerged from TV programs and televisions. So we might say that there is this phenomenon of the hybrid between the political party and the media. And what we have is that while we keep improving the financial regulations on the funding of political parties, because of freedom of speech and other considerations, well, the press lives under completely different regulation. And sometimes actually for big business, for corporations, it's much easier to start a political party by creating a television and then very fast turn it into a political subject before an election. So this is an interesting, probably novel phenomenon. The links between the media and political parties are not only in democracies that are relatively new. If we look at the Trump phenomenon, the link is there, but also Berlusconi and so on. This is another challenge which I think we all face and on which we have to think more in the future. So I'll stop here. Thanks.
Thank you, Daniel. I think the issue of nurturing political environments where small donations play a greater role is immensely important as we move forward. And I thank you for the point made about giving a bit more time before we judge what is happening in Ukraine with the current regime in place. I think we're often far too impatient in seeing results of systems that really do take far more time to yield them. With that, I'd like to turn to Yves Marie Dublet, expert of the Council of Europe's Group of States Against Corruption, for the last presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you are patient enough to listen to a further lecture on political finance. I was member of the team which evaluated the legal framework on political finance of Ukraine in 2011 for the Greco. And at this time, 9 recommendations with respect to the recommendation of the Council of Europe, which has been mentioned before me, had been tabled. And now, at this stage, 5 recommendations have to be implemented. 1 on lower harmonization on campaign finance for different elections. 2 on transparency. 1 on monitoring. And 1 on sanctions. So the process is still in progress. And next week, the Greco will examine a draft addendum to the second compliance report on Ukraine on these matters. As we start with a very long delay, I shall drop this slide and I shall emphasize the shortcomings, according to me, of the present legislation of Ukraine regarding the recommendation of 2003. The caps on donations from physical and legal persons to candidates and to political parties have been introduced in the Ukrainian legal framework on political finance. But there are no caps for contributions of candidates and parties to their own campaign funds. And there is a common recommendation of the Greco, of the Commission of Venice, and of the OSCE to change the rules in Ukraine on the topics of the own funds of political parties and candidates. Because the transparency regulations apply to payments made directly to election funds, but transparency does not apply to contributions to political parties and candidates who may transfer them as part of their own funds. And these problem of the own funds of parties and candidates is a key point in Ukraine. Because contributions over own funds of candidates or parties may be payments from their estates, from their loans, from under market rates, maybe illegal donations, in-kind donations, and funding by third parties. And it raised 4 questions. First, it's a way to circumvent caps and donations. Secondly, it's a way to avoid information on contributions received by political parties and their local organizations. It's a way to undermine a fair competition between political parties, which may be better resourced than other one. And it's a particular point concerning the presidential elections, which concern the whole territory of Ukraine, with sources of funding, of course, which are widespread on the whole territory of the country. So the size of the constituency in that situation for these elections makes the supervision of the origin of these contributions difficult. And this situation raises 2 questions. The first one are the concept of own funds adequate for candidates or parties to presidential elections. And the second one, does a monitoring body have the time and have the means to supervise the origin of these own funds. Here you have some tracks for changes I propose. I think it's very difficult to ban funding from own funds for parties and candidates. We could imagine a system which will limit the size of funding through own funds regarding the amounts, for instance, of electoral expenditures. One option would be to prohibit any indirect contribution to electoral funds. Another option, which I take from good practices in the evaluations from the Greco, would require more transparency, more reporting on some contributions over own funds, like loans. And here you have different examples of improvement of legislations which have been introduced after the evaluations of the Greco in different states like France and Spain, concerning the disclosure of the identity of the lender, concerning the amount of the loan, concerning of the value and the interest rate of the loan, which has been taken, for instance, by a state, and in certain countries, if the interest rate is lower than the market value of the banking system, it will be regarded as a donation. That's the case of donation of Ireland. And I remind you that in Spain, for instance, a cancellation of a debt has been prohibited since 2015. Now I'll move to disclosure. Disclosure and funding of candidates and political parties, of course, promotes transparency, and GRECO pleads for timely access by the public to an appropriate information. The OSCE and the Venice Commission call for a maximum of 30 days. If we refer to the example of Ukraine, we see that the rules on disclosure of financial reports of election funds is 15 days after voting. It means that the financial reports must be disclosed on the website of the Central Electoral Commission and of the Agency of Prevention of Corruption 15 days after polling day. The financial reports for political parties have to be disclosed within 10 days before the submission to the Agency Against Prevention of Corruption, and these agencies then have 2 months to analyze these reports. But the risk is if these financial statements are disclosed in such manner so quickly, they could be regarded at their face value and as sincere, which could be not the case. And I wonder if a period of 15 days, for instance, for the collection of all receipts and for the collection of all electoral expenditure is enough for parliamentary and presidential elections. Concerning monitoring, the Ukrainian regulation introduced the concept of external independent audit of political parties. And I'd like to draw your attention in 2 requirements. First of all, the code of conduct of these auditors, because it may happen that the functions of these auditors give rise to conflicts of interest, especially when they are members of the political parties they monitor, especially when they audit a company which make a donation to a political party and to a candidate. So you should have to avoid any form of conflict or interest. And I noted that there are no regulations on powers of these independent auditors. It seems that it can vary from one party to another, which does not meet the standards of the GRECO and does not allow to make comparisons about the sincerity of the financial statements of the political parties. If we leave independent monitoring for another playing field of monitoring, it's public monitoring. The monitoring authority must be independent. It has been reminded before me this morning, and that's a recurrent requirement of the GRECO in its evaluations. And here you have different options. Among the member states of the GRECO, some monitoring bodies are very close to parliaments, which does not mean a very independent monitoring. Some of them are close to the executive power, and some of them, and here I give you a list of good practices, some of them are independent. That's the case for Austria, where the monitoring body is chaired by the former president of the Constitutional Court. And here you have a sample of member states of the GRECO which adopted the recommendations of the Greco concerning this issue of independence of the monitoring body, with Estonia, Finland, France, Ireland, Italy, Norway, which is a special case because auditors are private professionals. I shall say a few words on the British Electoral Commission, which has been created in 2000 and which is composed of 10 members independent from political parties. And this Act of 2000 has been amended in 2009 and with this amendment, 4 commissioners are put forward by the leaders of the largest political parties in the UK, but they are not members of political parties. And concerning the United Kingdom, I'd like to stress one point. The commissioners of the British Electoral Commissions are liable to a code of conduct. They are liable to a declaration of interest, and they may recuse themselves when they know one of the parties in the litigations they have to resolve. There is a general call of the Greco for a single monitoring body. This point has been raised to this morning because a fragmented system with a different monitoring body does not ensure a substantial and proactive monitoring, but involves major risks of overlap between the different relevant monitoring body. To address the powers of monitoring bodies, in many member states of the Greco, the monitoring body does not go beyond the data which are provided for by the political parties or the candidates. So it's a rather formal supervision. I shall mention here the British case because in the UK, the British Electoral Commission may use its statutory powers to require the production and the provision of documents, like in France now, and it may require supervision powers even to visit the premises of the political parties and candidates. If we refer to the Ukraine concerning the powers of the monitoring body, we note that the time limit to examine the financial statement of the election fund for presidential and parliamentary elections intervenes 30 days after voting. And I think it's a very short time limit, and I am not sure if it meets the standards which have been defined by the Greco. We always pleaded for an effective and proactive substantial supervisions, which means time. Concerning the means of the monitoring body, it's a recurrent criticism of the Greco, which noted that this monitoring body have a lack of staff. I read that the number of employees working in the Agency of Prevention of Corruption to monitor party funding here seems to be sufficient. And I shall end this presentation with the issue of sanctions. Greco does not suggest to impose to drastic penalties for infringements of the law. The Greco has a more realistic approach of the problems. Infringements of the rules concerning political finance should be liable to effective, proportionate, and dissuasive sanctions. And Greco recommended flexible and progressive sanctions. It recommended the implementation of these sanctions for all the violations of the law. It may happen that some violations are not concerned by penalties, and these sanctions must apply to all entities upon which the law imposes obligations. But the situation, according to me, in Ukraine raises two questions. Are the sanctions which are imposed not by the monitoring bodies but by a court, dissuasive sanction? I ask the questions. And a further point which has been raised this morning by Quentin too, do proportionate sanctions based on other criteria than on breaches of law mean proportionate sanctions? And here I refer to the recent legislative initiative concerning the loss of public funding for the routine activities for political parties. It has been said, according to the amendments I've read, that sanctions must be proportionate to the number of days during the parties is entitled to public funding. I think the right criterion is, in fact, the degree of the seriousness of the offense and not of the number of days for public funding. If we want to have an overview of political finance regulation in Ukraine regarding the recommendation of the Council of Europe of 2003, I think first that the issue of public funding is not the main concern for the Council of Europe if this funding meets fair and reasonable criteria. And in the recommendation of the Council of Europe of 2003, there is just one provision on public funding out of 13 or 16 articles. But the main concern for me are, from my personal point of view, are the transparency of financial channels, are the comprehensiveness of the financial statements of political parties. I think that early disclosure of financial statements does not ensure systematically transparency. There is a problem of the legal definition of powers of internal auditor, which have to be provided for by the law. There is a question of the effectiveness of the monitoring on election funds by the Central Election Commission in very short delay. There is this problem of lack of wide range of flexible sanction, and there is this issue of the recourse to a court to impose sanctions, which may not be very dissuasive because it lengthens the procedures. That's the conclusion I wanted to draw at this stage. Thank you for your attention.
Ms. Marie, thank you very much for your wise advice to all of us for the work as we move forward. As we are running a little bit over, I would like to move immediately to Q&A and not hold people back too long from their lunch. So I'd like to invite the first question to the panel. Please state your name and your organization. Make it a question, and please keep it short to give everyone an opportunity. I think we have one question down here that can help us with our gender balance.
Good afternoon, dear participants. It was a pleasure to listen to such meaningful presentations. I have a question for our guests. What will you say about the usual practice of providing public funding depending on the electoral system? We have a mixed system, as you know. Some members of our parliament are elected in single mandate constituencies, and it may so happen that a party gains quite a number of seats in the parliament in single mandate constituencies, and thus a whole faction in the parliament emerges. At the same time, such parties, according to our legislation, may not be entitled to public funding. What do you think about that? Should there be a linkage between the number of seats gained by the party, its right to public funding? I'm Svetlana Kononchuk, and I'm the director of the Center of Political Research. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Would one of the panel like to respond to that?
The second part of the question fell out a bit because there was a problem with the transmission, but from the first part I understood that part of the question was on what's the best way of distributing funds if you have a mixed system. I think the simple answer is, and I'm not an expert on the Ukraine on this, is to what extent are the single mandate constituencies, to what extent is that a party affair, and how many real independent candidates are there? Because if there are no independent candidates, then probably you don't have to mess with the system that you have based on just the parties. If you have a lot of independent candidates, then you have a complication. You have to have separate provisions for providing to those candidates, and they would probably need to be a little bit different. For example, not reimbursement afterwards.
Actually, thresholds, thresholds, depending on results of parties and candidates for reimbursement, are dedicated to avoid fancy parties and fancy candidates. In fact, if you see what happens in some countries in Africa, you have for the presidential race about 60 candidates. Why? Because it's a way to collect funds to have a notoriety and popularity, only for that. So it's obviously important to avoid the proliferation of those type of candidatures. But it's true that in Ukraine, your specificity of having a lot of candidates that are independent from parties, a lot of candidates that are implied and involved in local governments, and a gap between the representation of, not the representation, the weight of these kind of candidates in the real political life, close to the local constituencies, and the lack of their representation in the political system of the 5 main parties or parties represented in the parliament poses great problems that it would be really difficult to solve. I don't know what can be done except regrouping independent candidates into party. Or redistributing public funding and non-used funds to independent candidates. Could be possible, but it's really difficult to adapt the standards and the rules to a so specific situation, in my humble opinion.
Thanks. Actually, in Germany, this issue came up because they have a system where parties are reimbursed on the basis of the second ballot, the vote for political parties, but they also have single-member districts. And one of these members raised this issue before the Constitutional Court. And the court said that some form of funding of such candidates should be allowed for. But it's up to the legislator to determine what form exactly. So at least the German experience is this. Yeah.
There are no European standards on these matters. For instance, the provisions of the recommendation of the Council of Europe is very, very loose. It says that the states should provide support to political parties. State support should be limited to a reasonable contribution, and state support may be financial. But the problem, so you have two problems. You have the problem of the threshold. If you have a high threshold, that's not the case in Ukraine, but if you have a high threshold, it favors established parties, and it prevents new trends of opinion to be represented in Parliament and to receive public funding. If you have a very low threshold, you may have not very serious candidates who run for parliamentary elections. And the other problem is the in-kind, in fact, the in-kind donations of the states for the ruling party, which is a main problem in many countries too.
Thank you. Next question here.
Volodymyr Yeryomenko, leader of Pravednist Party. I have a general question. All speakers spoke about the lack of trust, about distrust because of all those pseudo parties, because of all those conglomerates. Henry David Thoreau said that out of 1,000 persons who want to grasp the poisoned fruit, the right one is he who fells that tree. Then Martin Luther proclaimed values that changed the entire values. 2017 is the year of the 500 years of Reformation in Europe. Don't you think that in Europe and in Ukraine, as a part of Europe, time is ripe to get back to the values proclaimed by Luther, Zwingli, Calvin, Wycliffe, and then we'll have a new kind of a person, a new kind of ideology, and a new kind of values that will enable the entire Europe to reform.
Yes. I think this is a good example of wishful thinking, which expresses the need that historic determinism shows us that it may not happen. I am pessimistic. I think that in the last 20, 30 years in Western Europe, the quality of democracy, understood as responsible citizens putting in the hands of responsible leaders the common goods, is going down the drain every day. I really think so. But we don't have an alternative short term, meaning we cannot ask the state or the parliament to deliver a bill or a decree ordering everybody being responsible or things like that. There is another debate in your comment which is very interesting. insatisfaction towards our political system and our elites? Is it because they are different, the elites, or because they reflect very well how our societies are nowadays? And this, it will take long to be addressed in the right direction. On the other hand, we don't have an alternative short term. So we'll have to deal with this. But I think that what is changing is the idealistic perception of the relationship between the political system and the society.
Well, Winston Churchill also said that we may have to live with what we have now because it's the least of all evil systems. So. Good. Anybody else for a comment on this?
Do you think one of the points I raised when I was speaking was about cutting the costs of elections, and specifically, and this was raised by other speakers as well, restricting media advertising. I don't know if there's ever been a time when there are polls showing that parties were trusted by the majority of the population, for example. Maybe somebody here knows some historical figures on that, but let's assume it's going down. I suspect one of the reasons it's going down in advanced democracies is because elections are just increasingly a media circus and a PR exercise rather than a more, let's say, elitist even clash of real programs. On a positive note, maybe one of the ways of tackling that is to cut down the media participation in elections and start regulating that more aggressively. Forcing parties to debate on issues, forcing them, and so on.
Well, something very quick. Yeah, now it's okay. So I'm not sure I'm the best person to comment on this. I'm coming from an Orthodox country anyhow. What I had in mind when I spoke about the link between trust and transparency is that increasing transparency sometimes naturally decreases trust. Simply, people know much more about the political process first, and secondly, they expect much more from politicians. So the practices might have not changed that much, but simply the standards have risen, and against such higher standards, people are dissatisfied by the present politicians. So this is also an effect that we have to keep in mind when we look at such graphs of falling trust and the link with transparency. And simply we have to take this into account when we design various reforms.
I'm the one who has the most insisted on trust, so I can add a few words more. Trust is created by a combination of many factors. Transparency, in essence, is just one of them, and I agree with Daniel, it's not the most important. The most important one, and common in every democracy, young and old, is this one. Does the people feel that he's holding sovereignty in his hand? That's the first one. And globally, when you impose transparency, anti-corruption rules, you are requiring some professionalization in politics. So parties, politicians, candidates are more and more professionals because they have to transmit accounts to add a reflection about what they do, what they spend, and so on. But sometimes in countries' history, people need more professional politicians. Sometimes in the history of countries, they need less professional politicians. Here is one of the reasons of the victory of Donald Trump. He is not a professional, and professionals of politics are becoming boring. They are seen like disconnected of reality, not as close as the people as before. And so people in some democracies want a kind of renewal. And this renewal can restore trust, even by choosing people that are not really clear with transparency on their accounts, on their tax declaration.
Let's see if there's a last question before we break for lunch. Anyone with a final question to the panel? People are hungry. Let's have a follow-up question here and then we round it off. Please.
Some of you said that not all political parties should submit their financial reports. What principles may regulate the matter of what parties may be exempted from submitting financial reports? Probably you meant not only those parties that are not getting public funding. Maybe there is another set of criteria that could be applied in order to not insist upon all parties submitting their reports.
I think there's probably three areas of criteria. One is whether you're represented in Parliament at all. That's not enough on its own. The second is whether you get state funding. That's also not enough. What I mean by that is you can't be exempted just because you don't get state funding, especially in a country like this one where a party can be started by an oligarch who doesn't need state funding. And the third, which is not here at the moment, but it is in some other countries, UK is an example, is just a financial threshold. If the amount of financial activity that a party is engaged in 1 year is less than, and I cannot remember the figure, but it would have to be tailored to the country anyway. If the party doesn't exceed that threshold, then it doesn't have to report at all, or something very much simpler.
Okay. Then I would like to thank you all for participating in this panel too. I'd also like to reiterate my thanks to the organizers and add to that our very dear friends at the Venice Commission and our friends at the NAPC for supporting this event.
So this panel is on the current legislative initiatives. We discussed before lunch the current situation, as well as the international standards and recommendations from the European experts regarding political financing and transparency. And now we are to discuss the present situation in the Parliament. 3 draft laws submitted to the Parliament suggest different changes to the present law. One draft law was co-authored by Alexander Chernenko. The other draft of February this year was initiated by the Committee of Voters, and the draft was submitted to the Parliament by Vadim Denisenko, and the third draft with minor suggested changes was submitted by Volodymyr Litvin, who is not going to join us. So let's speak about these drafts. Alexander Chernenko has the first floor. You are speaking first because your draft suggests the greatest number of amendments. Good afternoon. Thanks for this opportunity. I will present the draft prepared by our team. I could not attend this event in the morning when you were discussing the challenges with implementation of the now existing law, but I'm aware of these challenges. And we in fact authored our draft in order to do away with some shortcomings in the existing law, and also life itself has prompted what to change. And that's quite okay. In fact, it's a new law. Funding political parties from the budget is something real new for Ukraine. And whatever the extent to which we explore foreign experience, we need own practical experience. So as for our draft, let me explain. Some suggested amendments are about the audit for political parties. You have certainly heard today about the very high requirements to the auditors. There are not too many such firms in Ukraine. Moreover, they have a sort of arrangement of their own, that's clear. And the money they want for their audits are really too much for smaller parties, especially those that are not financed by the state. And it is not clear why a party that is not getting money from the state is to spend its funds on an audit and not on other and greater needs. That's why we suggest that parties not receiving budget money should not undergo audits, while others should be audited. Others may also agree to an audit if they so wish. Another innovation we propose is more debatable, but in our view, reasonable. In order to stimulate women's presence in elected authorities, we provide for bonuses to those political forces that abide by the gender quota in the party slates. and have at least 1/3 of women in the factions. It's a very proper rule. We are fully supportive of it, as well as we are fully supportive of gender quotas. But the presently awarded bonus in accordance with the present law is not very logical. Now parties that go by the quotas share 10% of the money that is allocated for financing of parties. So if it's 400 million a year, then 40 million is to be distributed between the parties that have abided by the quota. At the present parliament, there is only one party which at the moment of the election complied with this rule, that is Samopomich. But we are not speaking about specific parties or concrete situations. We suggest that the bonus for gender quotas be proportionate not to the general volume of financing, but constitute a percentage that is added to the money that a party gets for its performance at the election. That is logical. So if a certain party gained 80 seats and the other one gained 20 seats, it's clear that in the smaller faction it's easier to stick to the gender quota. And we also think that the amount of the bonus should be reviewed. Now it isn't reviewed. So if at the moment of the beginning of a new parliament a certain party abides by the gender quota, for the next 5 years this party is getting the money. But political factions are not stable numerically or gender-wise, and deputies may become ministers or may get excluded from their faction. And if Samopomich 3 years ago had more than 33% women after exclusion of a number of deputies, they are not up to the quota, but they've got their funds and will retain that financing until the end of the work of this parliament. We think that a review should be done 4 times a year. Then an idea appeared that it would be real hard to do such a review 4 times a year, so the alternative is to institute semi-annual review, which will also be logical because factions may change composition-wise. And the third innovation we propose is as follows. Presently, parties are not allowed to use budget money to finance their campaigns or to transfer that money into the election funds. We propose to quash this prohibition. During an election process, it's not really easy to spend money, be it advertising, be it offices, be it trainings, and not to have it linked to the election campaign. Well, formally there may be no linkage, but let's not deceive ourselves. What is a regional chapter of a party during the campaign? It's an HQ, whether we want it or not. And if budget money is used for the rent of the office, then formally we are paying for the rent of the office for the HQ, and that's not allowed. And it's absurd. In 2019 and May, we'll have the presidentials. If everything is okay, in October we'll have the parliamentary election. So we'll have one campaign lasting 6 months first, and then another campaign lasting 6 months. So what will the parties be spending their money on? Well, nothing else to spend the money than the elections. So we suggested becomes allowed to transfer such funds into the election funds. But there is that difficulty with reimbursement. And that does not pertain to the presidentials or to the local elections, but it's like double financing at the parliament election. This is really the weak point of our proposal, so we suggest that the money that a party has transferred to the election fund is not compensated. That'll do the trick and solve the problem. And the legislative clash will disappear. So that's in effect all we propose in our draft. The draft was already heard at the committee, and we hope it will be submitted to the floor hearings. Thanks for the presentation. The second draft was initiated by the Committee of Voters. This organization has been engaged in the democratic process for nearly 20 years. So, Mr. Korshik, will you please tell us about your draft? Thank you. At the very outset of public financing, we predicted certain issues. Reports submitted during the third and fourth quarters were used by us to draft our amendments. The draft law was written by the experts of our NGOs and Parliament member Denisenko. Its official number is 6026. Let me enlarge on this draft, and then we'll speak about the issues with public financing. So, in a nutshell, political parties spend more than 50% of their money on direct political advertising. Issue number 2 is that public money is used not as appropriate, not in violation of the law, but not for the development of political parties. For instance, only one political party spent 1/3 of the public money on stationery and expensive clothes, although this party does not have a single officially registered Klavern or branch in Ukraine. We are certain that better regulation will stimulate the development of political parties. Our draft envisages a clear-cut list of the needs on which public finance may be used. The present language in the law is statutory activities, but that's nearly everything. We even predict that the money of the state may be used to buy the votes of the electors if they receive certain recreational services or free bus rides to the polling stations. That's why the draft we specified the activities or items on which parties may spend public money, like, for example, salaries of the people who work at the reception desks, or training programs for party members. Thus, public financing will be invested into teaching political activists or performance of think tanks with political parties. By the way, last year we surveyed the staff of regional party offices, and it turned out that only 1/2 of all regional branches have their own think tanks that usually consist of maximum 2 persons. In practice, it means that the same person is in charge of PR and media contacts and analytical work, and that's why there is no one to develop alternative decisions of local authorities. That's why we put in the think tank clause, because that will make Ukrainian politics more meaningful. Monitoring campaigns, meetings with electors, and so on are further on the list. And all these items specify the vague notion of statutory or routine activities. You will see in the text that clause as per which parties may use public finance on support of the armed forces and ATO participants. Many criticize this rule, but I think it should be in the law because it stimulates volunteer activities and urges the civil society to develop, and may stop partisan speculations or inappropriate use of money. Before New Year, parties were spending much money on advertising just not to return the money to the state. So that's why we propose an alternative to just putting the money down the drain. Another important clause of the draft is about the proportion in the distribution of the public finance between the HQ and the regional branches. 30 to 70 is what we suggest. 30% of the money is to stay centrally, 70% is to be broken down proportionately between regional branches in accordance with the election results of the party in the region.
At the moment, we can only see individual examples where the parties are channeling their money on the work of their regional organizations. Similarly, we can see that Petro Poroshenko's bloc has channeled its money to Kherson and Mykolaiv regions, but one of the regions got 3 times more than the other, even though results were the same, pretty much, in the regions. We want to return logic to this process, and this will also help the parties register their chapters. I think the proportion 30 by 50, 30 by 70 is controversial. We can change the proportion, but there will still be space for consensus in the session hall. And full ban on the spending of state money on political advertising also has to be made. Boards, city lights, online advertising, printed norms, etc., printed media, but that's it. We were also thinking about the ban on political advertising in the inter-campaign period, and the large number of political advertising, large scope of political advertising has skewed the results. The spending in 2014 has shown that the parties were using up to 90% of their political funds on advertising, on TV advertising, and instead of direct work with the voters, the parties were working as consulting agencies that very quickly bring their ideas to the audience in the teleformat. As a result, this also distorted the situation, and as a result, the elections in Ukraine are 3 to 4 times more expensive than in Poland, for example, which bans TV advertising. We understand that this is difficult to ban this straight away because the parties are very much used to it, but the ban to spend state money on this is the first step in this direction, and I think it can get good support, including in the parliamentary voting. That's a few words about the norms of our law. Thank you for your attention. Third draft law came from Volodymyr Litvin, and I'll present that because Mr. Litvin is not here. It was related to the procedure of reporting and the improvement of reporting. The first proposal was to have other forms of reporting rather than National Commission for Prevention of Corruption. And on the websites, the alternative would be to print them in the Голос of Ukraine, Voice of Ukraine newspaper, as well as websites of the party. Second problem is related to the issues mentioned today already, to lift the commitment to vote, but not to vote, to report per se, but by replacing this with the parties that do not have the state funding. These are the positions generally about general ideas. Next, we would like to give floor to the Department of Prevention of Corruption, of Political Corruption of the National Agency. We know that the agency already spoke about its initiatives and its opinions about the existing parliamentary initiatives. Please. Thank you. The National Agency has processed all of these draft laws, and the general trend of these draft laws is that they are rather spontaneous in regulating certain things. It didn't come across as a comprehensive editing of the law, and the amendments to the law did not considerably affect the current situation. The only thing that was not in the legislation currently is the use of money by political parties on their political campaigning. And we studied that draft law very seriously, we scrutinized it, and from the National Agency adopted, we got some comments, and they were taken into account. The proposals were related to taking this draft law into account with certain amendments. And political parties can spend the money on something, and these are very relevant issues that need to be regulated. We had a few round tables about the spending of money by the political parties. And perhaps international experts already have some internal in-house proposals. We may not have to really define what the party cannot spend the money on. Maybe we could rather define what the party could spend the money on. Because even the biggest list is not going to be as detailed. So the political parties will always have a chance to find some common ground. And the national agency will also feel like it's not a statutory activity, and political parties will keep proving that it is a statutory activity. So perhaps it's best to define what the party cannot spend the money on. We also support the matter on the ban on spending the money on advertising, on TV advertising, and every draft had some constructive ideas about it. So perhaps it could be more appropriate to bring those ideas together and work on them comprehensively and submit them in a comprehensive manner. Thank you. I will start discussion here. Since somebody proposed to join efforts, I can see two draft laws that contain different vision on the problems of spending of state money. One draft law, vice versa, expands it, and it gives the chance to spend this money on voting campaigns. Another draft law contains the opposite proposal. A given distribution of the money to central and regional level defines what the money can be used for and what it cannot be used for. So let's start our discussion from that. I would like to hear your opinion and your position on that. On one hand, we can transfer the money to electoral funds, but from that time on they transform into the money of electoral fund. And if the party in the inter-electoral period spends the money on advertising itself, it's the right of the party to do so. We may not like it, but that's how it is. When the party starts doing that in the format of the electoral campaign, I think that could happen. That could be. And then this money will automatically fall under these restrictions. Do I understand it correctly that together with the expansion of the possibilities to spend the state money, we also have to establish the ban on political advertising, TV advertising? Yeah, but it's a subject of electoral law. And the key decision-making factor there has to be electoral law. Mr. Chernenko and I are allies in this, and our organization supports the draft we co-authored. And there was a key phrase mentioned here, saying, let's not cheat ourselves. The party spent a lot on the previous advertising. We had 2 waves of elections to local communities. Of course, the money was spent on elections, so we just need to regulate this matter legislatively. I think these 2 draft laws logically complement each other. The areas we mentioned remain rather general. It's not going to be medical services or concerts or all kinds of things that the parties are unfortunately doing now. One of the experts, however, said that this draft law can be compared to an axe for political parties. In reality, this draft law simply elaborates on the activities of political parties, and I do not want to exaggerate here, but over 4 or 5 months we will be able to see an upsurge in the activity of the political parties. We will see hundreds and thousands legally registered chapters of political parties. The parties that had been spending money on advertising, they will be working on alternative drafts, on direct activities with the voters, on all kinds of things. This will improve the role of political parties in the society. The state has allocated considerable money on the activity of political parties, so 40 to 45%. Ukrainian parties are getting more than the parties in the neighbor country of Poland. Let's not forget the levels of salaries in Ukraine and in Poland. That means that the parties have to generate tremendous results over a very short period of time. Our draft law just fills up a different kind of niches, and what we need to do is ban political advertising. Right, unfortunately these are different political initiatives, so some things may be voted and some things may not, but nonetheless that's subject to discussion. Did you want to say something? Well, I wanted to say that it would be illogical to let the parties advertise themselves for the state money. A few words about another initiative, another draft law. What's your position, and are you ready to comment? Okay, let's move on into the room. Okay, Ostap Kuchma, Center UA. Brief question to Mr. Alexei Koshel. How did you account for the fact that over 50% were a result of direct political advertising? Well, I said no more than 50. It's about 50, according to the declarations that the parties filed. Well, I have looked into the reports, and I have 27.7 on direct political advertising. The figure is much lower than that, what you've quoted. Well, there are also very good points called propaganda activities. And propaganda activities account for tens of millions of hryvnias. Right, but this is not direct political advertising. It's not TV or radio ads. Well, we also accounted for publication of material. It's genes publications that the NGOs had been fighting against for decades. Is that political advertising? Right. Let's not move on to discussion at this point. Oh, it's still huge. There's a question for money, and of what you can call political advertising and what you cannot. Even though there are definitions of political advertising, in many ways it's a judgmental statement, and we really need to consider where to attribute this money. We also may have calculated this differently because there was political pre-New Year's advertising. Ostap, maybe you can add. Volodymyr Yeremenko, political party Oprava chairman. I've been listening to this for several panels now, and I have one question. There was Mr. Karmazin, Krychkovsky, and they're famous Ukrainian conceptualists. But I still have this one question, and I have to repeat this. Do you believe that this constitution in Ukraine, and it's the key law that contains the norms of direct action, it has articles 96 86 and institutions of the civil society, well, parties are associations of citizens regulated by a law. And the first point of the article, the Parliament says that the Parliament makes amendments to the Constitution and passes the laws, which is the third point. You are trying to pass the law that contradicts Constitution, the law on political parties, and you think you're regulating the process. You are over-regulating it. And second question, the state gives money to the parties, and he who pays the party calls the tune. How can an oligarchic state order the activity of the state parties? Secondly, why do you think political parties are only a tool of political action, of electoral process? It says, the article here says that that they facilitate the activities of the citizens and participate in elections. They have to shape up the state of Ukraine. They have to be the source of sovereignty. Do you think that you are simply procrastinating? You're simply prolonging this anti-constitutional nihilism campaign, and then you will be passing laws to take us out of it. You're asking very difficult questions. In the context of the constitutional law, the Association of Citizens, is the legislative regulation an attack on the rights of parties on association? I think that was the trend of your question. And the second trend is, why give money at this state of corruption in Ukraine? This level of corruption. I'll start with the last one. We do have corruption in the country because the parties are funded by oligarchs and industrial groups. And when they go to the parliament, they pass laws that carry corruption risks. The task of the state is to make sure that he who pays the piper is the taxpayer and not a sponsor or an oligarch or a certain party investor holding a controlling stake in it. I realize that this is a very idealistic scheme. It doesn't mean that the state funding will remove all the dirty money out of the politics. Unfortunately, this has not been achieved to date anywhere. But this will establish a new institution, especially for the new parties that don't want to belong to corruption. It can give them an impetus for development, and there's nothing bad about it. As to the restrictions, we have the same constitution. I'm not a supporter of tough restrictions, and the electoral campaign also envisages equal opportunities. So everybody has to have certain restrictions to make sure this is possible, make sure this happens. This constitution, however, also says that the activity of the parties cannot infringe on the territorial integrity, the split, the discrimination, and the constitution itself sets certain restrictions on the state as to where this money can be spent. This initiative does not carry such repercussions. Well, if you've seen them, please let us know. Well, first of all, it's not about restrictions. It's about the definitions as to what is the statutory activity of the political parties. If the state says that the money can only be spent on statutory activity, then that's a restriction in itself. We've also brought in the experts and the charters, the local chapters of the parties, and we looked at this in detail. We also did not include various social programs that the party can implement because they are clearly supported by the technologies of indirect bribery of the citizens. We also did not include concerts, which is not a line activity of the party. You also mentioned the norm on analytic expert centers that will enable alternative solutions, draft laws, strategies, plans, developments, agendas, etc.
As for the feasibility of political financing by the state, we already see the first outcomes. Money allocated by the state is enough for political parties to operate throughout Ukraine, irrespective of the principal financial and industrial groups. If we look at how much a party needs for its HQ staff and its business trips and meetings with electors, etc., you will see that the money provided by the state is sufficient. And BPP, Batkivshina, Samopomish and other parties should not be asking for money from other sources. And I think that's a good step towards party independence. But if 90% of the money is spent on advertising, no budget will suffice. And one final question from Quentin Reed.
There's been a discussion about here defining statutory spending. The phrase itself is quite confusing, actually, statutory spending. When I was writing the preliminary opinions for the presentation today, I wasn't sure if statutory meant ordinary, but it seems that it means everything. But anyway, the point I want to make is that you need to define campaign spending, not define statutory spending. You have a limit on campaign spending in the law, and in order to operationalize that, you need to have a definition of campaigning, so that any spending on that is therefore what falls under the limit. This second point is that this cannot be done in every detail in the law. It's only done effectively when there's a general statement of what campaigning constitutes, and then the guidance is provided by the regulator, because you will never manage this in one go. It will have to be updated and updated.
Дякую. Спікери зрозуміли питання. Я віддала вам.
Більше питання якраз.
It was not a question, yet I will respond regarding regulations. Well, as for our draft, the draft that I was presenting, it's about some concepts that can hardly be regulated in subordinate legislation. I think that what parties undergo audits and what don't should be specified in the law, as well as the proportion of money or bonus for gender quotas. And then the agency will say its say. So I think that the principal things should be in the law. I like the language in the present law as per which money may be spent on statutory activities, and parties should be able to regulate that themselves. But now we see a number of conflicts that are very typical for countries in Eastern Europe. And luckily our scandals are not as resonant as in nearby Poland, where Polish politicians were accused of using public money for expensive alcohol, restaurants, etc. Political accountability is what should be working. The society and the media should be regulating political parties, and then the parties would not be spending that much money on advertising, knowing what the reaction of the society will be. But so far we've seen some negative outcomes, so there is no other way but to amend the law or to issue new regulations. And as far as I know, the agency thought it would be better to have all these new clauses in the law. We developed the regulation on the procedure for spendings by political parties, and it was coordinated with the Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Justice, and other agencies. However, those ministries decided not to take the responsibility and decide what the parties are allowed to spend money on. We had a number of points in our draft. But once again, the statutory activities clause gave the light to our effort. Well, we have too little time and 2 sessions ahead of us. So most of you will remain here, so you'll have a chance to communicate offline. I invite Oleksiy Koshel from the Committee of Voters, Olga Kotsuruba from Opora. This network has been involved for more than 10 years. Ostap Kuchma from Center UA, a very active NGO which cares about transparency and not only that of political parties, and Victor Taran Eidos, another very active NGO. Which monitors governance of political parties. This NGO is very active in the Public Council with the Anti-Corruption Agency. So we'll hear from all these people about the new initiatives. So, Denis Kovreshenko, what is the stance of your organization? 7 minutes. I already expressed our position at the previous event held by the Committee of Voters. Well, some matters really have to be regulated by the law, as suggested by GRECO, Venice Commission, and others. Different laws have to be brought into accordance with each other, especially the law on elections. So harmonization is point number 1 on our agenda. Proportionate and efficient sanctions. In the morning, many complained that a fine of 6,800 is too much for accountants who are not paid their proper wages by the political parties. However, I think that penalties should exist and they should be greater in case of repeated violation. And any sanction is to be tied to the gravity of the committed administrative offense. Let me now address statutory activities. Venice Commission and Greco propose to provide better definitions. I personally fully disagree that the law should somehow restrict the areas of spendings or to prompt to parties what they need more. I think the law should list those activities that are prohibited. Mr. Klitschkowski mentioned some of them in the morning, like, for example, distribution of profit between founders or spending for unlawful purposes that are directly prohibited by law, and some others. There were several mentioned. In fact, they are standard. Plus what is also not allowed by the Constitution. To say what a party can do and can't do is something very redundant, although in some countries laws specify that, even in the EU countries. It was also recommended by the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe in its recommendation that 'tis the set of standards regarding financing of political activities to provide for limits regarding election-related spendings that are excessive nowadays. Very often our foreign partners recommend that, but the society as a whole and RPR are for restricting advertising on TV and elsewhere so that parties spend the bulk of their money on something more meaningful and useful. We heard that very good idea about audit. If a party is participating in the election of a village mayor, it should hardly be subject to an annual audit and pay the big money. So the list of requirements to parties that have to undergo the audit should be reviewed. And if a party has revenues or incomes that are higher than a certain ceilings or meets other criteria, then it should be audited. And another issue which emerged but was not present in the recommendations of IGOs was about electronic declaring, because checking on PDF page it is not very convenient. And that's why we are trying, together with the agency, to launch such a system into which representatives of the parties can just key their data in, and that will be connected to the registers, and much data will be checked on automatically. As for the draft laws now in the Parliament, only one of them regulates or rather seeks to regulate what has to do with implementation of international experts' recommendations. I refer to the clause on audit in Mr. Chernenko's law, and certainly that is to pertain also to the parties with significant revenues, because if they are not audited, that's just groundless and it defies understanding. Regarding gender-related issues, we are in agreement, although with certain reservations, which Mr. Chernenko voiced, and we discussed them at the meeting. Money should be allocated once a year, not once a quarter, because otherwise the law on the public budget of Ukraine should be every time reviewed. And then that proposal regarding reimbursement, or rather its quashing. I refer to permissions on financing of the election-related expenditures that may be supported if the parties are not reimbursed from the budget, because otherwise the same spendings will be financed twice. And money will come first from the budget and then as a reimbursement. As for Mr. Denisenko's draft, the position of our organization is very clear. The 70 to 30 criteria of distribution are not substantiated. This kind of breakdown will not lead to anything. Because money that goes to branches may also be used for the needs of the HQ in the capital. The ban on advertising, well, rather ban on spendings for television advertising, that might be discussed if there is a clear definition of political advertising. But there is no such definition today. While launching such a ban would mean that some accountants will be held criminally liable for inappropriate spendings, or parties will cease to receive state financing. And anyhow, it's real hard to urge a party to spend its money in a certain way. If we assume that a party may want to spend its money on a congress, and the leaders of the party want to go to a Caribbean island to have a good rest, there will be no ground to organize that event, which will be registered in the document as statutory activity in line with the law, although in reality that will be inappropriate spending. So I think that that breakdown, that distribution will really lead to nothing in the really existing circumstances. And that's all I wanted to impart. Thank you.
Thank you, Denis. That was a very substantial statement. Alexei Koshelov will continue. Your draft law was seriously criticized, and you may want to give some justification or some other idea. Well, I'm thinking of this as, it's not even constructive criticism, this is thinking aloud. And I think that I would like to thank Denis for saying that, this is an established practice. As to the proportion criteria, 30 by 70, colleagues, what justification is there? If we take it 20 by 80, 50 by 50, what's the basis of the criteria? Well, it is impossible to report based on those criteria. I'm sure that norm of 30 by 70 will not be supported by the parliament. It's rather that if the vote is made, it will be a compromise of 50-50. This norm realistically gives a chance to incentivize the development of the political parties and transform the parties into something else rather than just Kyiv suburban clubs. Many of these parties have failed to register any local chapters. In other words, they're working in the shadow. Yeah, but we can annihilate 329 parties on that basis. This is a big problem. Let's imagine for a moment that the local chapter in a city for 1 million wants to organize some kind of event, a media event, an expert group work. They cannot do anything. They are not legally registered. They don't have an open bank account. theoretically thinking that this money will come down from the central party account from Kiev is rather difficult. So it's very hard to regulate this. This is basically the only way to regulate the local chapters of the parties and the development thereof. As to soft or hard development of the party funds spending, we mentioned it on numerous occasions in this room that we need to elaborate where the parties cannot spend their money. Our organization made several presentations as to the activity of political parties. Briefly speaking, what is the local chapter of a political party? It's the organization that operates in the format of a Soviet housing office or urban improvement office. It's sort of post-Soviet cleaning campaigns, sweeping days, or is it some kind of technology that could be used during the electoral time as indirect bribery of voters? So one of the organizations has built this as educational services for the population, like gardening courses or foreign language courses for the voters of a different age group. And this organization provides dozens of free courses for certain population groups. Of course, this is a statutory activity, but statutory activity is a very broad term. And working by exclusion, by banning illegal activity, we believe that it doesn't make sense to do that. As to the norms on political advertising, I'm convinced that the position of the NGOs and experts has to be unanimous in the sense of direct ban on political advertising. And in this draft law, we also wrote down political advertising and social advertising, because by advertising certain events of the party, they can spend serious state money. The problem isn't so much in a huge percentage of the money spent on political advertising, but also in the low quality of feedback from that. Basically, we just got the pre-New Year political advertising of the party that had nothing to do with the party, its program, its agenda, so the quality was really poor. And I also wanted to note several points about the spending of state money in the area that we call spending state money on nothing, throwing it into the wind. The parties didn't assess their efforts enough, and so they printed a huge number of a newspaper. One party, for example, printed a newspaper and they had to distribute 6 million copies. All of the country has 15 million copies. 15 million post boxes, including legal entities. So every other person in this room would have had to see this in their mailboxes. And I think if we had been able to do that, if they had managed to do that, we would have had so much political paper waste. So there's a strong suspicion that the state money would either be swindled, or there will be huge tons of campaign materials that are sitting in the offices of political parties. Okay, Olga Kotyarova from the political organization Opora. Thank you. Our opinion is quite close to the opinion of IFES. But let me re-emphasize something else. First, if we read the report on the implementation of 9 GRECO recommendations for 2015, and the presentation was there, we can see that not all of these recommendations had been implemented. 2 of them had been implemented only partially, and in our opinion, the draft law that is being passed now, particularly before the new round of voting, it had to be focused on fixing the shortcomings that currently exist. The draft laws that we are discussing now do not contain such shortcomings as to the statutory activity. Same thing. We believe that the statutory activity has to be defined, but it's inappropriate to envisage an exhaustive list of expenditures that the parties can do through state funding. And it would be more appropriate to envisage these bans. As to the percentages and increase of the analytical capacities of the party by introducing such restrictions, we could give the example of Poland, which has so-called state funding of the political parties, and it envisaged a 5% expert fund that had to be spent purely on analytic research, therefore improving draft laws, improvement of the quality of political discussion. And the Accounting Chamber of Poland and monitoring organizations mentioned that none of the parties managed to meet this 5% threshold. As a result, they simply hire the experts who are members of this same party or are related parties to this party, and they just pay their salaries, or they simply do not use this 5% expert fund. And in my opinion, pretty much the same fate awaits the same percentage in the regional and central offices. Like any forced instruction of how the parties should spend their money on expert activities. As to the ban on political advertising, yes, we spoke to one of the organizations that supports full ban on political advertising, but we believe these matters have to be regulated by a different piece of legislation that has never been passed. For instance, when the latest version of the law of Ukraine on local elections was passed, the parliament was committed to pass laws, amendments to the laws on campaigning and political advertising. This draft is there, but it has never been adopted. We fail to see the division of powers between the National Anti-Corruption Agency and the Central Electoral Commission, and we failed to see the division of powers between them in this draft law. This has to be mentioned. We have to work on that. One of the profiles of our organization is bringing to account accountability. And this monitoring has been ongoing for 2 electoral campaigns now. But up until now, no criminal cases related to Article 159-1, breaking the rules of funding, well, no cases have been taken to court. This shows 2 problems. There's a legislative problem. Part of it is related to investigation, because we've also polled the investigators and participants of the electoral process, and this is one of the categories of cases that's very difficult to investigate, because it's latent, and any collisions about secret contributions goes behind the curtains, away from the eyes of the public and the observers. And so in order to detect that, somebody has to file a complaint, a statement that this is happening. And after that, After covert investigative actions, after perhaps phone tapping, we have to register this situation. Otherwise, it's impossible to track down an illegitimate contribution. If it's shadow funding of political campaigns, there will be no bringing to account of anything and anyone. We worked with Opora, and the Ministry of Interior is now working on the development of drafting amendments to criminal code and administrative misdemeanors. There are articles related to political funding, and we are looking forward to proposals from IFES. One of our proposals is, for example, lifting responsibility for the person that gave testimony about secret funding of political parties, some indirect contributions. And basically, that position has received support of the Ministry of Interior. So clearly, this must be contained in the draft law that will be submitted. As to specific draft laws, proposed, for instance, by Mr. Alexander Chernenko, the expert community gave a positive opinion. There were some technical restrictions there, because the draft law envisaged, in the case of stripping of opportunity for campaigning, there was the right for funding, and if the money has been transferred already, they had been allocated in the beginning of the quota, there's no procedure for returning the money received. And the draft law basically envisages the establishment of one-off payment in the beginning of the parliamentary activity, and that amount of funding, well, the minimal salary amount can change, as envisaged by the law. The gender quota may vary, and that's not taken into account. These are the technical points that we believe could be amended. And the opinion is posted up on the website of the Parliament. As to the sanctions, this is what the Venice Commission says, and Greco says the same. These sanctions and these demands are not proportional. And the fine of 100 and something in hryvnias is irrelevant if the contribution was 1 million, and of course that has to be amended. Thank you, Olha. Thank you, Ostap Kuchma, Center UA. Can I ask for a clicker to turn the slides of the presentation? Ostap is the expert who has been analyzing these reports for a long time. Proposals from Center UA. Yeah, I just need to turn on the presentation.
On the screen you see some legislative proposals. Further on I will comment on the general concept of these drafts, and some things seem absurd right away, and let me say that In 6026, the clause on assistance to the armed forces, well, this is about populism and hence all the critiques. The armed forces are to be fully provided for by the state. Why that intermediary role of the political parties, I fail to understand. And if the state cannot fully provide for the armed forces, as it was in 2014, the people self-organized and did everything. So why should parties do that populism? And why urge establishment of women's organizations or youth organizations? Then I was also very much surprised by publication of the reports in Holos Ukraine. Recently I watched that movie after Stephen King when the teacher returns into the 60s to prevent Kennedy's assassination. So, and I think that the same happened to the author of this proposal in Mr. Litvin's draft. Why publish materials 300, 400 pages long in the Holos Ukraine daily? That data should be just furnished online. And let me now move to the more empirical arguments. First, I'll address the proposal on the new procedure of the external audit. We have two parameters here. When the present law was drafted, the first parameter was about regulating the audit market. And when the law was drafted, it was decided that restrictions should be pretty heavy with regards to the auditors who are allowed to do audits, because in many countries parties have their pocket, so to speak, auditors who write the kind of audits they want, like in the Czech Republic, for example. After the passage of the law, a certain oligopoly emerged, as not all audit firms are ready to work with political parties. For example, the Big Four think that will damage their reputations. Therefore, the market shrinks. And law firms may heavily bill political parties for their services, starting with 100,000 hryvnias to 500,000 hryvnias, paid by the People's Front and BPP respectively. By the way, the provider was the same. But 500,000 is really quite a lot, and not every party can afford it. The second criterion now: if audit is expensive, it turns into a burden. If there is no audit at all, then there is no mechanism to control a party as regards the coherence of its reports. And then this work is to be done by the Anti-Corruption Agency. So all this has to be brought into order. How? Well, what we see in the draft law 5046 is not really adequate, because parties are already refusing financing by the state, and this will urge them to do that even oftener to avoid audits. There was that reference to the technical mistake in Mr. Chernenko's law, but in fact it was not a technical mistake. If a party has enough money for its operation, it will also have money for the audit. This is the key audit for my presentation and my arguments. I just took the reports for the fourth quarter and I analyzed how public financing was broken down. And I made this diagram in accordance with the draft law 6026. So the empirical reality is really slightly different from what is being presented by the authors of the draft. When parties were receiving public money, they began spending the funds on where they want permissions on activities. For example, we saw an increase of money that goes for salaries and remunerations for analytical work, consultations, whatever. And 37% of the expenditures fall under the list suggested by the authors of the draft. The prohibited were only 27%. Advertising on TV comes first. Certainly prior to elections, the situation will change. 70 to 80% of the expenditures will be on TV ads. And this is really a stable figure. I think we should address that not by banning, but by quoting and by limiting the volume of political advertising on TV or free air with the public broadcaster. As for other prohibitions, I want to stress the problems with outdoor ads. I think that the problem with visuals was a bit exaggerated. According to the party's reports, they spent just a tiny bit on that, and even big parties can't afford much. While such outdoor advertising is needed when parties want to become more visible and better recognizable. So I personally am against the ban on such advertising during election campaigns. And we can recall the Latvian experience when money will flow into radio. Radio is more democratic in terms of financial access as a resource for advertisers. So that's not really a bad outcome. Yet another point. In blue, you see what 6026 does not regulate. We don't know whether it's going to be banned or not. Certainly parties will try to push that through somehow, as if these spendings are allowed, but the issue will remain, and we won't know whether it was allowed or not allowed to spend the money. In green, you see the 12 million of public money that BPP gave to its local organizations. If 6026 were approved, only administrative problems would emerge. What's BPP doing now? They allot money and they say that money goes to our local chapters for such and such needs, and the list of the needs is too wide. And in fact, those local branches have room for maneuver. If that law were adopted, local branches or chapters would have to establish new accounts, and that would be burdensome. Because issues may occur even with one banking account. At the regional level it is quite possible, but not at the level of districts. So that will just obstruct the way of money to the rayon level. And sometimes parties say to their chapters, you buy this and that and that. Well, I have only 2 slides more, because we also want to hear from international experts. And this is the breakdown of expenditures of the central and local branches. The situation slightly worsened in the 4th quarter because money was rather distributed in a centralized way. Only BPP has a greater share. But does it mean that parties should be compelled to act like that? No, I think it is a structural issue, a systemic one at the level of interaction of these central party bodies with the local chapters. At trainings that we conduct, participants ask for these slides because they want to show them to their HQs and to ask why they are not getting the money locally. And some participants even told us that they requested more money from their central bodies, but the HQs would procrastinate with a response and only then try to do something, often satisfying the needs of the local chapters. As for contributions, the arguments are very brief. In fact, if you look at the amounts, it becomes quite clear that the amounts that come in locally are much smaller. With BPP, half of the money is coming in 4 regions. So once again, it's important to make local chapters more active. The conclusions. Since Mr. Litvin's draft is about restrictions, we have to repeat that financial reporting by parties is most important for all stakeholders. The agency has better chances to control. Journalists learn more, and voters also better understand how their parties are financed and how they use their money, whilst analysts can operate with empirical data and not just assumptions. Point number 2. the principal function of a report for citizens is making the financial activities transparent, which means additional mechanisms of administrative controls. And parties will come to understand that certain categories of their expenditures are not allowed or limited, and therefore they have to go into the shadow. My third point is about strengthening the local organizations of political parties, and that can be done not only administratively, but anyhow will take much time, several election cycles as a minimum. And the last point is about what the representative of the agency stressed. All these proposed amendments should be brought together into one draft. Yes, we need to improve the mechanisms of public financing. And yes, we need to go digital with reporting. And that's a very good starting point for the agency when the terms of reference are ready. And then electronic declaring will become legalized, and all other amendments will follow. That's all. Thank you. Well, thank you. Ostap Viktor Taran, Director of ADIS, Head of the Public Council with Anti-Corruption Agency. We really don't have any time left, so will you please speak about what was not touched on by others? Well, for lack of time, I will not show this presentation in full. I'd rather cover some other aspects. Look here, colleagues, if we are talking changes to the law, you have to understand who the players are, and they are several. The experts that do advising, and the political parties and their factions that will vote for the changes or not. 3 years ago at our forum, we heard from representatives of the political parties, and they said if we knew that such a law would be adopted and that we would have to report in this way, we would have never voted for this law. And may also remind you that there were 227 votes for the law, and the advocacy campaign for adoption of the law was our NGO. And I recall that it was really a very good happening for us, that several factors came together in the ministries and in the ministries, and then Yegor Sobolev's committee, plus the input of international experts. The visa-free regime was the sword of Damocles, and as a result the law was passed, although not too many wanted to vote at all. So if we are discussing changes, we should be mindful of the need to do an awareness campaign. And the society and the parliament members are to be willing to adopt the changes, because now they are saying time is not ripe, give us some more time to think it over. And we are also to understand that all these proposed changes are to be properly perceived, at least in part, by the political parties. Our organization initiated a coalition, Party Money Our Control, and we signed a memorandum with 4 political parties about our cooperation, but Kivshina, the opposition bloc, said they did not want to undersign. We had a very good chance to directly talk to the HQs of political parties and to the regional representatives. And now the 50 plus NGOs in our coalition talk to all the parties and interact with them. And we conducted a polling or a survey covering 10 regions and the central offices of political parties. Not all political parties were willing to cooperate, inclusive of those who signed the memorandum, but anyhow, 54 questionnaires were filled out and came in. And let me show you what the results were, because my slides will show the direction in which parties are ready to move. And this is where we ought to focus our efforts if we want to see the laws changed. So 77% of the respondents positively perceive the adopted law. 86% fully understand the provisions of the law. Moreover, they mention the active position of the agency, international experts and local experts. Regarding gender quota, 74% are in favor and think it should be retained. As for the need to review the restrictions on contributions, you will be disappointed. 83% believe that such restrictions are sufficient and that they should not be reviewed downwards. It's the view shared centrally and locally. As for administrative and criminal liability, the political parties believe that the balance exists and that relevant provisions should not be reviewed. Be it criminal liability, be it administrative liability. They say they need at least another year of practical work to see whether the law is really good. Most political parties think that if a political party fails to submit a report 2 times in a row, these parties should be deregistered. By the way, we are right now monitoring the financial reports of political parties, and out of 350 reports, nearly 100 carry nothing but zeros. So if such a provision is adopted, that will be a sort of lustration, a sort of purification, and it will be much easier for our partners to Opora to work during elections if such quasi-parties disappear, because they will not be represented at the election commissions. So I think we'll get the support from the parties in this regard. Regarding political advertising, the opinions varied. Some political parties said they see no need in restricting political advertising, and they see a difference between political advertising and having own newspapers. Yet we are to understand that it will be real hard to persuade parties to vote for an amendment restricting political advertising.
Well, as to giving additional powers to the National Commission, most parties say that these powers have to be extended and the norms of the law have to be written out in greater detail, for example, regarding related parties. I will send you the presentation if you're interested. I'm just not showing it for lack of time. As to redistribution of money in the regions, only 3% of the political parties, the polled political parties, and let me emphasize that relates to both central and local chapters, noted that we need to quota the both local and central level, but only 40%. We thought there will be more of them because the relative weight of the local chapters was greater than that of the local chapters. But out of 66 questionnaires, more voted against this, and we didn't expect these results. As to preferences for the law, what else did we ask the party members? Amendments to the law on political parties to expand party democracy. Let's be realistic. We all know a lot how the experts work. There is party centralism, and at the moment the central staff, central headquarters of the parties have rather hypertrophied influence on the local chapters. So without changing this norm and without introducing greater autonomy to the political parties, this will be hard to make. In summary, of course, amendments need to be prepared. And of course, they need to happen in the same way as we did before. In the past, we were campaigning or doing the advocacy campaign. There were 4 members of it: Ministry of Justice, the Parliament, Presidential Administration, and the expert community, including international experts. Based on those institutions, we can make a balanced draft that will have the chance to go through Parliament. If that initiative doesn't happen, joint initiative, we may find ourselves in the situation of our colleagues. Let's remember, you remember that very well as well. Starting from 2008, 9, 10, we kept raising this issue. We did all kinds of round tables, all of us. But it's not something for the organizers. Look at how many members of parliament are present here. We had the same problems with our events, so it has nothing to do with the organizers. If we operate in our own parallel reality, we can draft all kinds of perfect laws, but do they really stand a chance to pass? If we move on to real politics and start this discussion, then Public Council of the National Agency, which has expanded powers and it can be one of these platforms, I think we will stand a chance to draft a good law that will stand a good chance in Parliament. Thank you, Victor. I'd like to thank the experts for in-depth analysis of legislative initiatives, and now I'd like to give floor to the head of Office of the Council of Europe, Martin Enberg, and we'd like to invite the experts to take their seats as well in the panel.
Join me on the stage, Mr. Quentin Reid, Mr. Pere Villanova, and Mr. Bertrand Simon for some concluding remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's been indeed a very interesting and fruitful discussion. A lot of things have been touched upon concerning the difficulties for smaller political parties to cope with the demands of the reporting, the issues of the functioning and the mandate of the National Agency for Prevention of Corruption, and also the clarification that seems to be needed concerning monitoring of the political parties' financing. Other issues that have been coming up again and again is how should the political parties spend their money? What should there be limitations? Should there not be limitations to how they're spending their money? And of course, the issue of political advertisement has been a frequent topic today. From our side, we are going to take stock of all of these comments, and there will also be an analysis done by Mr. Quentin Reid on the current legislation proposals, and also hopefully taken into account the discussions we've
Is working? I can try to shout, but I'm not very good at that. Is it working? Yeah. So I was just saying, it's late. I'm not going to go through all of the proposed amendments in detail and respond to them. I'll just identify 3 or 4, I think, key things, specific issues of regulation, and then I want to make a major point after that about the approach. On these specifics, there's been a lot of discussion about defining statutory spending, what can be spent and whatever. I just want to underline once again that for several reasons there has to be a definition of campaigning introduced into the law. Without that, the limits on spending are meaningless, and lots of other areas of regulation depend on that, including reimbursement of expenses and so on. And it's much easier to define campaigning than to define statutory spending. It doesn't mean having a list of things, it just means defining what campaigning is, because sometimes a given item of spending will be ordinary spending in one context, but campaign spending in another, even though it's the same thing, for example, an office worker. Secondly, on TV advertising, again, it's clear that this appears to be the vast majority of spending, at least in elections, and restricting that radically in order to cut the cost of elections appears to be a no-brainer to me, and it works well in other countries. On state funding, again, the reimbursement system for elections, it's very unusual. I haven't seen this anywhere, that all election costs would be reimbursed. I think that it should be more limited, and it's much more common to have some form of advance payment as well, and not just reimbursement after the fact. On oversight, we've spoken about this already. The system remains very complicated and it must be simplified. I cannot envisage that this can be coordinated between the 3 institutions, including various levels of election commission, in an efficient way. And then finally, on sanctions, as we've already said, it would be worth looking at the proportionality, the range, and the flexibility of sanctions. So those were the specific points. The final point I want to make is that there's been lots of proposals flying around here, and ideas and counter-arguments and whatever. There is one thing that is good practice for all legislative actions, actually, but this is nowhere more true than with political finance regulation, and that is doing regulatory impact assessment properly. And this is a process that's often not understood properly, but it means defining the problem that you're trying to solve before you write laws, or defining the objective, the overall objective. identifying alternative solutions to try and achieve that, and then assessing each of those solutions to see what their effects will actually be, including unintended effects, because unintended effects are the law of political finance. Whenever you try to regulate something, it's like a balloon, it will go off somewhere else, or whacking a mole. And unless you think about that in advance, then you will always be having train crashes. So I think that's all from me.
You can just pass
Thank you very much. Yes, let's focus on specific points. Besides, I substantially agree with Kenton Reid. I have 4 points. One is that I totally agree. The key thing to regulate well is campaign, the electoral campaign. Everything which is before that or after that belongs to another category. Advertisings are very boring. I mean, I don't know what you think about that, but formal advertising are extremely boring. What parties do, besides the electoral campaign, may it be 2 weeks or 3 weeks, is to try to gain influence through media in order to capture, influence. But this has little to do with advertisings. That's why in countries where the legislation takes that stand of focusing on how to do do's and don'ts during the campaign, the real battle is what do parties before and after the electoral campaign through friendly media, friendly kind of supports of different kinds. Here is where proselytism is. And this is something hard to regulate. That's my first point. So let's I would suggest make a clear distinction between the electoral campaign as such and focus much more on the non-electoral campaign, which is still proselytism anyhow, and it's normal. The second point would be that one of the slides showed very well that the non-authorized expenses were all advertising only. Internet, radios, TVs, and all, which confirms my previous argument. Other categories in the slide were not unauthorized, where different activities parties can do, either because they are explicitly allowed or not. So I think that this gives us an additional information. The third thing is that as for public funding, in many countries what they do is that the state pays to the parties X money per ballot provided that they get a seat every time they have elections, and every X money per parliamentarian session between elections and elections. And that's the money they deserve in terms of political representation. That should be the core of the funding. The rest goes to private funding, provided that it goes under very strong fiscal scrutiny. The last thing, the fourth thing is which made me uncomfortable unless I didn't understand well, is that individual candidates do not perceive any kind of money because they are not political parties or so. That was very embarrassing because political representation is worth something. It's valid, whatever is the electoral system. So if political parties get money, if they get representation, individuals not belonging to a party, if they can run in the elections and they get the seat, it's the legislator who has to provide a substantial, proportional, similar economic support to the other, to the political parties. But I'm not sure I understood that well. And to finish with my comment, in some countries I have seen that what happens here is quite normal. It happens everywhere. There is a moment in which there is a good opportunity for political parties to sit down and say, we have different pieces of legislation concerning elections and related matters. Why do not try to merge all the legislation in one single integrated legislation concerning all kinds of elections? On the one hand, there are things in our electoral law which will be valid for all elections, no matter what. And other articles specific to the kind of election we're talking about. But it's a good moment also in political terms, because it's a moment in which you can sit down and all the parties involved can think in terms of, okay, let's think strategically, not only tactically, what I win, what I lose in a zero-sum game if I accept this change. Because next time I will be in a position that I will impose another change in another legal electoral legislation. I will, no, the merging, this, what I call the structural strategic merging of legislation concerning all kind of items. It includes referendums, but it can include referendums, local elections, and in due time, we had this in Europe, European elections. So the integration in a comprehensive piece of legislation of all related matters to elections would be my strongest suggestion here. Thank you.
Just like my colleagues, I would point out the fact that we need a clear definition of what campaigning is, and also of the period when the campaign really begins. And this is a really huge and accurate problem, because what?
Electoral or political problem? Electoral problem or political problem?
Political or electoral campaign?
Ah, electoral campaign. Okay. Thank you. So we don't know when it begins really, because official texts and laws define a date in a period, but in practically we know that campaign begins before that date. Okay. Now there is a really imperative need of clarification upon that topic. This morning, like a recommendation, humble recommendation, I praised for reflection, a deep reflection about public advertising. I'm sure that you are conducting deep reflection on that point. Personally, I'm not against public advertising, political advertising, but it's the most expensive item in parties' budget. So if we have a deep reflection about the way that parties can spend their money, we must have a reflection about the opportunity or banning or limiting public political advertising. Third point, it concerns the pace of reform. It was in October 2015 that the law was decided. Just 1 year to implement it. It's a really short period. We have seen that people in political parties, that representative are disturbed by the rapid pace, the quick pace of the reform, and was also disturbed by every new obligation they have to satisfy by reporting, holding strict accounts, and this period might not be the best to initiate another reform. In my opinion, it's time to gather experts, parties, NGOs, and to have a deep and huge reflection, a general reflection, as Pierre said, about the global electoral process and electoral reform. When you have some dispatched pieces of legislation, it's really hard to unify it. Maybe it's a good time to spend a few years, a few conferences, many meetings to discuss with each other, to learn the logic, the habits of the NGOs when you're a political parties, of the political parties when you're a state body. It's time to know each other and work together, but maybe on a biggest project. And last but not least, I would tell you that I was surprised. And I'm sorry, but it won't be so politically correct what I will say. Many people among speakers, amongst the audience for asking questions, pointed out that corruption is a plague. Okay. Many people told us that it's important to keep political parties safe from influence of big businesses or oligarchs. Okay, but I've never heard today a proposition in draft clause saying, oh, maybe if we ban donations from legal person, legal entities, big business, it would solve a few problems. And that was my surprise today. Thank you.
I first started working with elections in Ukraine in 2002, and ever since that day I've heard the request to draft an electoral code, and we still have those requests today. So we are working on it, but it will take a bit of more time, but we shall surely continue to discuss it. Dear participants, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to the experts that have traveled here to participate in this conference. Thank you to the Venice Commission for assisting us. Thank you to all of the participants, all of the moderators who have spent their time for this conference today. Also, a particular thank you to my colleagues in the office, to Sergei, to Ina, to Taisia for working very, very hard to prepare this venue. And last but not least, of course, to all of the people around the support functioning, interpreters, sound engineers, etc., who made this possible. And to the participant once again. Thank you for coming. I hope it was useful, and we will send out the recommendations from Mr. Quentin Reid that we will produce in due course. Thank you very much for participating. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's been indeed a very interesting and fruitful discussion. A lot of things have been touched upon concerning the difficulties for smaller political parties to cope with the demands of the reporting, the issues of the functioning and the mandate of the National Agency for Prevention of Corruption, and also the clarification that seems to be needed concerning monitoring of the political parties' financing. Other issues that have been coming up again and again is how should the political parties spend their money? What should there be limitations? Should there not be limitations to how they're spending their money? And of course, the issue of political advertisement has been a frequent topic today. From our side, we are going to take stock of all of these comments, and there will also be an analysis done by Mr. Quentin Reid on the current legislation proposals.
Yeah, so I was just saying it's late. I'm not going to go through all of the proposed amendments in detail and respond to them. I'll just identify 3 or 4, I think, key things, specific issues of regulation, and then I want to make a major point after that about the approach. On these specifics, there's been a lot of discussion about defining statutory spending, what can be spent and whatever. I just want to underline once again that for several reasons there has to be a definition of campaigning introduced into the law. Without that, the limits on spending are meaningless. and lots of other areas of regulation depend on that, including reimbursement of expenses and so on. And it's much easier to define campaigning than to define statutory spending. It doesn't mean having a list of things, it just means defining what campaigning is, because sometimes a given item of spending will be ordinary spending in one context, but campaign spending in another, even though it's the same thing, for example, an office worker. Secondly, on TV advertising, again, it's clear that this appears to be the vast majority of spending, at least in elections, and restricting that radically in order to cut the cost of elections appears to be a no-brainer to me, and it works well in other countries. On state funding, again, the reimbursement system for elections, it's very unusual. I haven't seen this anywhere, that all election costs would be reimbursed. I think that it should be more limited, and it's much more common to have some form of advance payment as well, and not just reimbursement after the fact. On oversight, we've spoken about this already. The system remains very complicated and it must be simplified. I cannot envisage that this can be coordinated between the three institutions, including various levels of election commission, in an efficient way. And then finally, on sanctions, as we've already said, it would be worth looking at the proportionality, the range, and the flexibility of sanctions. So those were the specific points. The final point I want to make is that there's been lots of proposals flying around here, and ideas and counter-arguments and whatever. There is one thing that is good practice for all legislative actions, actually, but this is nowhere more true than with political finance regulation, and that is doing regulatory impact assessment properly. And this is a process that's often not understood properly, but it means defining the problem that you're trying to solve before you write laws, or defining the objective, the overall objective. You know, identifying alternative solutions to try and achieve that, and then assessing each of those solutions to see what their effects will actually be, including unintended effects, because unintended effects are the law of political finance. Whenever you try to regulate something, it's like a balloon. It will go off somewhere else, or whacking a mole. And unless you think about that in advance, then you will always be having train crashes. So I think that's all from me.
You can just pass the
Thank you very much. Yes, let's focus on specific points. Besides, I substantially agree with Kenton Reid. I have 4 points. One is that I totally agree. The key thing to regulate well is campaign, the electoral campaign. Everything which is before that or after that belongs to another category. Advertisings are very boring. I mean, I don't know what you think about it, but formal advertising are extremely boring. What parties do, besides the electoral campaign, may it be 2 weeks or 3 weeks, is to try to gain influence through media in order to capture, influence. But this has little to do with advertisings. That's why in countries where the legislation takes that stand of focusing on how to do do's and don'ts during the campaign, the real battle is what do parties before and after the electoral campaign through friendly media, friendly kind of supports of different kinds. Here is where proselytism is. And this is something hard to regulate. That's my first point. So let's I would suggest make a clear distinction between the electoral campaign as such and focus much more on the non-electoral campaign, which is still proselytism anyhow, and it's normal. The second point would be that one of the slides showed very well that the non-authorized expenses were all advertising only. Internet, radios, TVs, and all, which confirms my previous argument. Other categories in the slide were not unauthorized, where different activities parties can do, either because they are explicitly allowed or not. So I think that this gives us an additional information. The third thing is that as for public funding, in many countries what they do is that the state pays to the parties X money per ballot provided that they get a seat every time they have elections, and every X money per parliamentarian session between elections and elections. And that's the money they deserve in terms of political representation. That should be the core of the funding. The rest goes to private funding, provided that it goes under very strong fiscal scrutiny. The last thing, the fourth thing is which made me uncomfortable, unless I didn't understand well, is that individual candidates do not perceive any kind of money because they are not political parties or so. That was very embarrassing because political representation is worth something. It's valid, whatever is the electoral system. So if political parties get money, if they get representation, individuals not belonging to a party, if they can run in the elections and they get the seat, it's the legislator who has to provide a substantial, proportional, similar economic support to the other, to the political parties. But I'm not sure I understood that well. And to finish with my comment, in some countries I have seen that what happens here is quite normal, it happens everywhere. There is a moment in which there is a good opportunity for political parties to sit down and say, we have different pieces of legislation concerning elections and related matters. Why do not try to merge all the legislation in one single integrated legislation concerning all kinds of elections? On the one hand, there are things in our electoral law which will be valid for all elections, no matter what. And other articles specific to the kind of election we're talking about. But it's a good moment also in political terms, because it's a moment in which you can sit down and all the parties involved can think in terms of, okay, let's think strategically, not only tactically, what I win, what I lose in a zero-sum game if I accept this change. Because next time I will be in a position that I will impose another change in another legal electoral legislation. The merging, what I call the structural strategic merging of legislation concerning all kind of items. It includes referendums. It can include referendums, local elections, and in due time, we had this in Europe, European elections. So the integration in a comprehensive piece of legislation of all related matters to elections would be my strongest suggestion here. Thank you.
Just like my colleagues, I would point out the fact that we need a clear definition of what campaigning is, and also of the period when the campaign really begins. And this is a really huge and accurate problem, because what? Okay.
Electoral or political problem? Electoral problem or political problem?
Political or electoral campaign?
Electoral campaign. Okay. Thank you. So we don't know when it begins really, because official texts and laws define a date in a period, but in practically we know that campaign begins before that date. Okay. Now there is a really imperative need of clarification upon that topic. This morning, like a recommendation, humble recommendation, I praised for reflection, a deep reflection about public advertising. I'm sure that you are conducting deep reflection on that point. Personally, I'm not against public advertising, political advertising, but it's the most expensive item in parties' budget. So if we have a deep reflection about the way that parties can spend their money, we must have a reflection about
the opportunity or banning or limiting public political advertising. Third point, it concerns the pace of reform. It was in October 2015 that the law was decided. Just 1 year to implement it. It's a really short period. We have seen that people in political parties, that representative are disturbed by the rapid pace, the quick pace of the reform, and was also disturbed by every new obligation they have to satisfy by reporting, holding strict accounts, and this period might not be the best to initiate another reform. In my opinion, it's time to gather experts, parties, NGOs, and to have a deep and huge reflection, a general reflection, as Pierre said, about the global electoral process and electoral reform. When you have some dispatched pieces of legislation, it's really hard to unify it. Maybe it's a good time to spend a few years, a few conferences, many meetings to discuss with each other, to learn the logic, the habits of the NGOs when you're a political parties, of the political parties when you're a state body. It's time to know each other and work together, but maybe on a biggest project. And last but not least, I would tell you that I was surprised. And I'm sorry, but it won't be so politically correct what I will say. Many people among speakers, amongst the audience for asking questions, pointed out that corruption is a plague. Okay. Many people told us that it's important to keep political parties safe from influence of big businesses or oligarchs. Okay, but I've never heard today a proposition in draft laws saying, oh, maybe if we ban donations from legal persons, legal entities, big business, it would solve a few problems. And that was my surprise today. Thank you.
I first started working with elections in Ukraine in 2002, and ever since that day I've heard the request to draft an electoral code, and we still have those requests today. So we are working on it, but it will take a bit of more time, but we shall surely continue to discuss it. Dear participants, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to the experts that have traveled here to participate in this conference. Thank you to the Venice Commission for assisting us. Thank you to all of the participants, all of the moderators who have spent their time for this conference today. Also, a particular thank you to my colleagues in the office, to Sergei, to Ina, to Taisia for working very, very hard to prepare this venue. And last but not least, of course, to all of the people around the support functioning, interpreters, sound engineers, etc., who made this possible, and to the participant once again. Thank you for coming. I hope it was useful, and we will send out the recommendations from Mr. Quentin Reid that we will produce in due course. Thank you very much for participating.